I was not ready for stream today. Tell me if the music is too loud, because as you know, the music's been really dumb lately. Oh my god. I even like clean up behind me. Okay, this is full of water, which leaked from the ceiling above my computer. Hit my keyboard, or my like separate keyboard, not my computer, thank god. Anyway, it's still full of water, and that's a little yikes. So that's cool, I guess. Whatever. Yeah, my keyboard works. Everything works. So the second time that's happened, though, and like, what next time is it gonna hit my computer? I don't know. I hope not. I gotta buy some caulk from the store tomorrow and caulk the tub above me, because that's what's up. How's everyone doing? Oh, I was at my parents' house and I came late and I couldn't find my webcam. By the way, my webcam was just sitting on one of my monitors and I just wasn't looking at it, so that was cool. Had to plug everything in, and then my mouse didn't work and I couldn't find the cord. This doesn't like charge my mouse because it doesn't fit all the way, so that wasn't working, and I just had to get this other mouse, which is really weird in my hand now because it's just a normal one instead of like an ergonomic one. So, what's my computer's name? I don't know, but it is my baby. I fucking love this computer. Hey, Hamdi. How could I not find my webcam? I move it sometimes. If I want to see, like, I have it normally on my main monitor, which is 15 inches, but then on the sides, I have two 24-inch monitors, and so sometimes I'll move it onto a side monitor when I want to see someone really big. So, how do you like it, Diane? The PC is called Jerry. All right, Jerry, my baby. Oh my god, I love this computer so much. I love it so much. Legion 5 forever. I just need a I wish it was a USB-C charge, because that's all the cords I have now. It's in my little cord thing. This is USB-C. And my brother's using his. If you hear talk in the background, it's him, by the way. He's just playing Stardew Valley with a friend, so. Monolith. Jerry? Gary? Jerry? Is the music too loud? Anyway, sorry for acting like a chicken with my head cut off. Just kind of nice music, kind of vibes. Machina, Deus Machina, nice. Nice. So today we are going to work on that website that I think we worked on for like 10 hours last time. I can't remember. But we're going to work on it today. What was the lesson, Born? Harried. That's the word I feel like. I feel harried. Harried? Maybe. Turn down the sound for me. Okay. So. Open reset. Then. Hello. Here we are. Stupid mouse is not being responsive. There we go. Oh my god. I hate this mouse. It's fine, at least it works. You've been using a Beat Studio 3 headphones, but having problems when live chatting. You went out and bought a pair of Studio Grade Audio Technica headphones. Everything is like twice the volume, so it wasn't working. I knew Beats sucked. Aren't they supposed to be good or whatever or something? Maybe? Debatable? I don't know. I've never paid big money for headphones, really. Except for like the bone conductor ones. I like those ones. Because if you have like the earbuds, they don't fit in my ears. I don't know if my ears are like too little or too big, or they just don't fit. Alright. M50X. That sounds very fancy. Alright. This is what we did last time. I hate this mouse. everything. So we made this entry page and we were doing it in mobile design format, though it does look good this way, which is fantastic. If we do this, this is what it looks like. Hot damn. Now, the problem is, look at the rest of it. Right, so today we get to do the very exciting collage mosaic, whatever it's called. Figma. We used Figma for wireframing last time. It's very big. This is hard to move this mouse around. Then we click this one. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Hey, Scotty.
Oh, yeah.
So this is the first page. This is not the second page. This is the page we're working on today. Lauren, I'm feeling better-ish. You know, I've been in a weird, depressive rut for like a couple days, but I'm mostly goodish, maybe. That's how life do. Am I right?
I suppose it is.
So we had to figure out how to do this, and I think we're either using Grid or Flex or something. We're gonna figure it out. So yeah.
And have you noticed this change of color with people?
Anyone have any questions for me or anything? Catching like bits and pieces of my brother's conversation is like, okay.
No, he just looks.
And I just ate like some like fried potatoes that were super greasy and now I feel gross. So that's thanks, Mom. Like I appreciate the food, but I had a bad reaction to your last one. I'm sorry. What is it? What's your new one?
I don't know. Weird.
Beats add weight in the headphones so they feel heavier and as such perceive better quality. That's interesting. Weird. What do I draw my postcards with? Felt tip pen? Yes. Let me look up specifically.
What show is that?
Wait, Garland, are you Grat? Did you change your name or are you someone else? Let me look at my past orders and I can tell you. Nope? Okay. Well, I'm still happy to tell you about the pens. Pen. This is, they're called, wait a second.
I think I get it. No, at all.
They're called Monami Plus Pen 3000 Felt Tip Pens Fine Point. Wow, this is just a lot. The internet recommended them though. Hold up. Here you go. Those are the ones I use. Cool. You're gonna automate Leon's job hunting techniques and everything under one umbrella. Accomplished. Wow, hello wireframe. Stupid mouse. Stupid mouse. Projects. This is very fancy looking. Oh, this is like your connections.
That makes sense.
And you can see where your contacts are at a certain company and reviews of it. Yeah, no problem, Garland. I like him. Job boards will be filters, Twitter will be scraped, and everything sent to you. Wow, wow, wow. This looks great. This looks great. Add them to contacts, sort by company, see individual info, calendar meetings, automate emails. Wow, that's a big. What's the MVP look like? The minimum viable product. Do it, Born. This looks great.
You gotta go so you can get abducted.
About the MVP, you gotta have something. You haven't. Okay, but that doesn't have to be your MVP yet. You just need to have like what. There's a lot of functionality here. What is the minimum viable product? What is the one function that is like, you know what, this would be good to like job. Hey, Matt. To be good to job. I say words. Virtual Rolodex of job contacts. I know what Rolodex is. Heavy sigh. Love bots in my chat. Any mods up in here? Can't remember how to do anything modly.
Are we usually offered dogs?
Wait a second, I gotta mod this bot. Gotta mod the bot. Heavy sigh. Took a really long time, but it worked. I do have mods. Sometimes they're here. The Stranglers? The Stranglers? Who in here's a Strangler? Oh my god. Wait a second. My little sound thing isn't working. You can't even see it. WTF. Everything is broken. Well, guess y'all don't get to see what music is playing today. I don't know how to fix it. I thought I just fixed it. I didn't. Oh, now it works. Okay, I don't know what changed. Hey Bernie, thanks for the follow. Open up a can of whoop ass. Speak for myself. Okay. Fine. Maybe it's just me who's having a life crisis. Maybe it's just me, but at least you can see the music now. Hey, Born, I'll message you on Discord after the stream. Or Twitter. I sent like a little thing to the other mods of what I needed, and I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. That or in a break. Okay. Life is good. Life is fine. Life is good. Life is fine. Why what? Okay. So where was it? Already have it open. Cool. What did you do? I thought you said you wanted to be a mod. What's the goal of the stream today? Thank you, Raz. Bring me back home. We are doing this page in our art portfolio. The hardest one. I'd like to go up to my challenges and say, let's do this. Okay, but how do I get out of here? Let me out. Hello? Why is this not working for me? Nope. I clicked escape. This is me clicking escape. This is still the wireframe. I'm trying to show you like the other like this, but mobile style, and I can't get out of this. Hello? Let me free. Please? Okay, well, it looks like this or something. F11? Nope, that makes it full screen. Oh, maybe, never mind. It's probably have to click this one. And that's like a special presentation mode or something. Yeah, things like, this is what we're making today. This one.
Yeah.
Hi, Eagle. Yeah, Seifola. We're just using HTML and CSS. That's it. That reminds me, I need to share the code. So this is a portfolio for the art you can redeem in chat redemptions. So I just wanted so you all could see them. Yep, that's the code. Hey, bull, what's up? Acid reflux. Whoa, take care of yourself. And then anyone can view. And if you want to see the Figma, this is the Figma. There you go. Well, we did it okay-ish. We did okay-ish last time. Look. Aww. Aww. So cute. I don't know if I do got this, but we're doing it anyway. My brain's in pieces right now. Oh my god. Anyway, this is what it looks like. So, if we have our welcome section, and I'm going to, I can't remember what anything is here. So, in this first section, this is the welcome section. Okay, this is the welcome section. So I want to put right here. That's not how you do it in CSS. Welcome section. And now that we're beginning a completely new code for another section, we want to say mosaic section, maybe. Hi, Erin, what's up? Thanks, Adas. We rated Erin recently. Check out their stream. It was somewhat recently, like in the last 2 weeks, maybe. Time is relative. Oh, thank you, Adas. Thank you. I may be all over the place, but Lisa showed up. So, this whole section is called work. Hey Vitao, thanks for the follow. No problem, your end. Nice to see you here. It's Monday and Mondays are hard. Yep, that's true. True. So, I'm gonna minimize this section just for cleanliness. About section, contact section, cool. This is all we want to see. Yeah, hey Pink Star. No problem, your end. So this whole class is called work, but also we have an idea of work section, and I'm sure there's a purpose for that. I just don't remember what it is. So. No, you rule, Hertz. You rule. Of course I am a god, but so are all of us, right? It's a state of mind. Alright, well, that's the problem, is my mind is like, I have problems, so. What am I building? Here, I will show you. Wait a second. I'm building a art portfolio site. Oh, I probably should show it the wireframe. Hold up. Wrong. So it's basically you can see. Okay, in the redemptions, you can redeem a henna art card. I like to draw them for fun, but I had to like show them every time I wanted to show them to people, and I wanted a site where I could like just like you could just look at the site and be like, oh, this one, I want that one, you know. So this is what our wireframe looks like. That's the welcome. This is the about. This is the page we're making today with the mosaic stuffs, and then here's the contact. So this is what we are doing today. So far, we have only done this first section and it took us 10 hours. It's fine. And now we're doing this section. Glad you think so, your aunt. I used to draw them and then I was like, on Instagram, I was like, if anyone wants these arts, feel free and I'll mail them to you, and no one ever wanted them, so it's very flattering to me that people actually want them. Any idea how I would code the CSS? You know, that is a great question. I'm not exactly sure of the answer, but very good question. Last time, Born sent like a little mosaic thing. Are we doing like a mosaic thing? Flex? CSS Grid? Yeah. Display none. There you go. Hey, intelligence. Hey, CCNet, thanks for the follow. True, Born. That's how I felt. I was like, I guess my art just sucks. It really is like a ego boost just a little bit. I'm like, do you actually like them? Stop it. But don't, please. Yeah, I mean, but people just get apathetic on the internet, you know what I'm saying? Apathy. Hold up. Yeah, I'm open to ideas as to how to mosaic this shit. Ah, Tucker, you changed your name. I wasn't sure. Y'all, check out Tucker. They're just barely starting to stream. Hey, mine. Oh, just so many shout outs. Mine Wolf has amazing streams. I'm having an okay-ish day. I hope you're having a good day. You'll buy more. How much a lot? We'll take the lot. Yeah, I see that, Tucker. I was like, I'm pretty sure this is Tucker, but I'm not sure, and so I didn't want to be like, no. Did my house guests leave? They left. They did. It was a lot. I'm never having people over again. No, I will, but like, probably not for another 6 months. That's not a joke either. I probably won't have anyone over for like 6 months. If that. Anyway. Whoa, mine, you did a 7-hour stream? Hot damn. That's awesome. Apathy is a glove into which evil slips its hand. Oh, interesting. What's that a quote from? True, Tucker. Humans aren't allowed in my house. Nobody in Noel knows you moved almost 2 years ago. Nah way. That's great. It is not intentional, mine. I didn't mean to go 10 hours last time. It just kind of happened. I just love all of you so much. I love to hang out with you. Every time we have people over, we're surprised at how much work it is. Oh my god, it is so much work. You have to babysit them. Like, I know that sounds like bad, but you totally do. This is a lot. Even like answering phone calls. Like, my cousin, love her to death, she'll call on the phone and I'm like, Hi, and then we talk for 3 hours.
It's not. It'll be 9 a.m.
I do like talking to people occasionally. I like talking to y'all because, like, if I need to just, like, take a break, I can, you know? As can all of you, of course. But, like, it's very controlled, and so I feel good. Hey, sleepy boy. Sleepy boy, if you stream, can you please say, hey, y'all, it's sleepy boy? Thanks for follow. Get that cone out of my face. Interacting with people. Voicemail texting only. People don't do the voicemail. I love voice texts, though. Recently discovered you can put your phone on focus mode and calls go straight to voicemail. Fuck yeah. Milk, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. You're on the second floor. Your aunt and cousins are on the first floor. They went away Friday. The building's so quiet without them. Wait, who was the person who moved and no one knew a couple years ago? Was that you, Pink Star? No. Who was it? I'm lost. It was you and your aunt and cousins live near to you? How do they not know that you moved? Do they know where you live? CTH, I feel like we like talked about how I say your username and I forgot, so. Having people in your house means they're in your space and touching your things. It's so tiring, yes. And they want your time. And since it's not their house, you have to entertain them. And you can't just be like, you know what? This has been good. I'm going to my room, so have a good life. You know, you can't do that. I mean, you could. They'd probably follow you to your room, or they'd be sad. You don't want to make people sad. Yeah. That's just the thing. Boundaries. Boundaries are how you hang out with people. Boundaries. That way you can, like, engage with people as it's comfortable with you and you don't get burned out. Your aunt lived here first. They said, hey, move upstairs. The apartment's free. So some people know we live here, but none of your friends and other family. Not even your boyfriend knows you moved? Bruh. So you have a dog? Nice. Boundaries and time limits are the best. Agreed. You go back to studying. So to tell you how I can do this best and easily, you should use display grid with 2 columns and for the items that are 2 rows height. Whoa. I gotta copy what you're saying because I don't know what you're saying. And I gotta like think about it. I gotta absorb it. Thank you, Milk. Look at our, that's what this looked like. I know, there you go.
Please never bring this to me again. I think I gotta bring it to me again.
Alright, good luck at us. You're so over aerial people, lol. I can have it occasionally, but like I said, like, had someone stay over here for like, God, it was more than 24 hours, and like, I would really like to have that not happen for like, ever again. Never. At least in 2 years. Or like, I'll hang out with a friend, okay? Love them. But I'm like, you know what, this was good, let's hang out another 4 months. And apparently that is not how people do friendship. And so they'll message me before, like, the 4 months is up, and they'll be like, hey, do you want to, like, hang out? I'm like, God, I just hung out with you 3 months ago. Like, I'm feeling like you're clingy right now. I'm not even joking either. That's actually how I feel. It is clingy every 3 months. God, what's wrong with them? Nothing to be said about me, but think we may be the same person? Oh man, we might be. We have a lot of similarities. Mindwolf and I have a lot of similarities, which means there'd be only 2 people on the stream team. Different facets of the same person. It's exhausting. You're still recovering from when a coworker stopped by 4 years. Oh, I love it. You walked after your corn comment. What did you miss? Us talking about how people are exhausting and we never want to see them again. We like using board games to hang out. It keeps all the pressure off of personal interaction because you constantly have something else to discuss. Not much, Christian. We're just talking about how humans are exhausting. What's going on? What's going on with you? Oh shucks, mine. I gotta cut my hair, but I can't do that until I have money, so it's not getting cut for now. Kind of the same way you feel like you'd naturally be an actual hermit. My mental health. Hey, North Korean, thanks for the follow. My mental health legitimately does suffer though if I do not get like in-person engagement, sort of, and like actual like maybe internet engagement. Like I just like go into a hole. So I do need it. I just need only a little bit of it. Anything in existence is exhausting. Yep. 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 That's how I felt the last like 5 days. Christ and truth. Okay, so I'm thinking that we want to do some flex because everything be stacked up in here, and we're thinking like, nah. Actually, your people, because people really are exhausting, and I get told by people, don't let others bother you. It's like it's that easy. You know what's funny though is we're all hanging out here with other people. Like I know we're not all like in the same room together, but like it's kind of funny. You like people but only when you're in a mood to be around them? Well, I think that would go for most of us. We're just never in the mood. This does look like a website. Thank you. Tried streaming for the first time? Share with bananas? Make it like easy? Yo, Hurt, you want a shout out? We will shout you out. Check out Hertz's stream. I've never checked it out. I'll have to look at it. But I didn't have to clean your entire house before opening a stream. True. True. Is streaming bananas? I don't know. I've been at it for a while, so maybe I'm used to it. You only meet people online. Last time we met IRL people was like in college in your 20s. Me too. I mean, I'm still in my 20s, but like college. Did you get followers, Hertz? Follow Hertz. Vibes. Hertz, have you been to this stream? Hey y'all, tell Hertz we never swear in here. Never. I never say the bad words. Never. Silence unknown caller settings? Nice. I think it was weird to not really wanting to talk or engage with people so frequently. You realize that for interacting with people in person drains you. Introversion. We don't fucking curse in here. Mine, I didn't catch your VOD. What was I doing with my life? I can't remember. Wait a second. I want to share a meme with y'all that I saw, but I have to read it to you because I can't like show you on my phone. I sent it to my introverted like siblings. It says how to make small talk with an introvert. Step 1, identify the introvert. Step 2, smile at the introvert and walk away without speaking. Step 3, understand that the introvert enjoyed your time together. But it's so true. I didn't do it last night, mine, so no problem. I didn't stream.
I think it's fun seeing the people in person.
I normally play Witcher, but I didn't. I was doing something with my life for sure. I'm almost sure of it. I think I was playing Age of Empires with my siblings. I think that's what was happening. So, anyway, we can keep chatting, but we probably should get shit done. So, we're gonna say work, and then we're gonna say display, flex, felks, and then we're gonna say flex. No, actually, that probably will fix shit. debatably fixed stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she does, Edward. I did not stream last night. I did not. Like I said, I can't exactly remember what I was doing last night, but I think I was playing Age of Empires with my sips. So, anyway, I think we need to set whatever this viewport is. I think we need to set every viewport to that one, maybe. Cannot remember. Maybe we'll steal most of this. Wait a second. Come, work, robbed, stolen. Let's see how that worked out for us. I can't remember how it was before, but maybe it did the things we wanted. This looks fine still, so that's good. Yes, but this one needs to be doing the thing what this one is doing. All H2s are supposed to be following the same damn behavior. Look, I said follow the same damn behavior. You're supposed to be centered. It's not. How did we mess up? It happened to us. Okay. How to put a list inside a list so that when you click on a line item, it reveals the list below. Probably display hidden and then make it like a checkbox so that when you check it, then it changes it to display the other type of display. I can't remember what that one is called. Oh, there you go. Mine's got you. Hidden class. Yep. I think you have to have a checkbox. Checkbox if you want CSS. Event listeners if you don't. Thank you, Dom. So the details element. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Details or details? What the fuck do you think you're doing? Table right, upright. What is this one doing with its life? Hello? You. Social boy, down. I think the whole section must be centered or something. That's probably what's up. Oh, you know, that's probably what's up. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait. I think I need this one there too. No, it's redundant, it's fine. Positive development. Harvey, what's up? Oh, it's details, okay. I wanted to check just in case. It could have not been. Don't insult me like that, Jason. No Zodiac killers up in here. It's fine. Alright, we gotta have some of these be like... I gotta fix that really quick, hold up. I gotta get another image that we can turn on its side. Downloads. Do I have any pictures? I do. Fantastic. We'll use this one because... Wait, no we won't. We'll use this one because I found it. And so we're gonna say turn thank you. Oh, pranked. Thanks. And then we're gonna save it in art portfolio. Saved.
I was talking to one of my coworkers, and he was
And it's called what?
really good at and the reason for that
Pattern.
is they're really airy
JPEG.
and sun, so you don't like sweat into the hat.
Hey, inadequate dev, what's up?
Never really thought about it before.
Wait, what's the Vogue dance? Did I space out? I may have. Could have happened. Yeah, I keep spacing out. So we're gonna say pattern.jpg, and we're gonna do some other random patterns.jpg because they gotta be the vertical.
I'm down.
The vertical.
My computer.
Now we'll do one more pattern.jpg.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
So you even go lighting it.
Well, I broke everything. Rascal is transcendent. Yeah, so I think we need to do a thing where like this doesn't happen, maybe. Where it fits into the space. We probably should look up how to do this at this point, shall we? How to do a mosaic. CSS. Oh my god, they're using style in their divs.
I've only done it. I prefer land as far as I can see.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
So they're saying some words. All images should have the same aspect ratio. What the fuck does that mean?
Well,
Looks great though.
you're just like
Probably. Likely. Inline CSS? True. Truly a horror. Where does jQuery go? We don't speak of jQuery. jQuery is always for forms is what I got out of jQuery. WebTiki. Body, HTML, wrap. So this one says wrap. And then it's given it a width and a height. So maybe we need to give a parent class, which is this one actually. And we're gonna call it image section. Oh, wrong. Section. And then we're gonna grab image section and we're gonna say, I'll leave that for now, I guess. I don't know. Engage image section. And then we say width. Width. 100%. No. So I wasn't paying attention. What are we saying? True Hertz is cool. Hi Tiffany, what's up? No, Rascal doesn't do it's an omnipotent being. Dom, shame. Shame! No, it's fine. That's how it goes in Tailwind, so. We're not doing Tailwind here though, are we? So they have several columns. They have big column. Yeah, I mean we too. What am I saying? We could do grid. Should we do grid? Should we try and do grid? Or like Nah.
And
These are weird widths.
kind of lame. For the most part.
Oh. I can't believe you said that. In my stream. CSS Grid. Oh my god. Grod. CSS Grod. The older brother of CSS Grid.
What was her name?
Use credit. Words. Wrapper 1, 2, 3. Wrapper. Grid. Display grid. We could do that, maybe. Maybe.
It was.
Display grid. Grod. Well, I'm not sure if anything changed there. What goes in Google's word grod. Well, we're gonna be learning as we go, Mine Wolf. I've done a grid a little bit, but not really. Grod, Cord is a son of Tatra. Grod Tena. Ruler of the Huns of Karemi. You know, I'm definitely using the cooler thing. Hey, Mo.
They were.
1, 2, 3, 4. Hey Jimmy, thanks for following. Should we watch a video? We probably should. Let's watch a video. This seems wise. Who is it? Hey Luis, thanks for the follow. Alright, y'all. Actually, we probably shouldn't do this yet. We'll do this one, but we're almost on break. And when we do, I need y'all to tell me how loud it is, cause or should we, which one should we do? This one, or this one? Kevin Powell, I've watched Kevin Powell. And what did you think of a pink star? Google's Grod. Google says Grid. So do you mean Grod was wiped from history? Grod did a bad. So the 18-minute one at us. Almost on break there. Ooh, I feel like things are following. No less. Grid is bad for accessibility. Is it really? I thought grid was like the next step. I thought grid would be like the most making sense for what we're trying to do. Give me your arguments. Break.
Oh, yeah.
Was that loud? Was that really loud? Grid is gone. We got some different opinions up in here. How am I doing today? I'm doing. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm good now that I'm here. Hi, apples.
You already know her.
It's not loud on your end. Good. We got a lot of people who are liking grid. Some people who aren't liking grid. Maybe car. I just thought it's for when you wanted boxy stuff. Boxes. Box.
What about
We probably should like get up and stuff. My feet are freezing, but everything else, my hands are really hot. Oh, that's good to hear. It hurts. Grid accessibility is fine as long as you don't do a bunch of weird stuff. What qualifies as weird stuff? Ever taken a kickboxing class? No. Bold of you to assume I leave the house. Put hands on feet. We could do some. We could do the calf raises. While not looking at the screen, I can say words. Looking at the wall, calf raises. Ready? I will move the stuff I have on the ground. Hands on your hips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, it burns. 23, 24, out. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Who suggested exercise? That made me exercise my calves. How dare you? Workout stream hype. Oh yeah, Erin does workout streams. Okay, wait a second. I'm missing some stuffs. Disassembled the keyboard today to clean it. It's hard to put it back together. Wow. You took apart it. That's wow. Wow, Tiffany. Finish a positioning content lesson for what's SH? To watch all the stuff on YouTube to better understand. Oh, Shehao. I get you. Welcome, Haskins. Just in time for kickboxing practice. Grid is easier to code, but screen readers have some issues with it. Such poise, much wow. You wish it was machine washable. we could do that little like this one. Okay, there you go. We do that for a little bit. Grids have both columns and rows. Flex has either row flows. Wait. Flex has columns and rows, I thought. I'm gonna do down. Oh, columns or rows versus columns and rows. I get you. Okay, let's do this one. I did this once on the 12-hour stream. Twice. Are these double jointed? Does your wrist not do that? It's not normal. And down. My brother's over there playing Stardew Valley. He's like, yeah, I can romance Pierre. I'll seduce him. Wait, what do your wrists look like? Like that? Okay. What are we talking about? Double jointed wrists? This is double jointed, I'm told. I know my elbows do it. If you look at my arm being straight, like, that looks really weird. My arm does that.
Oh my gosh.
What do mine look like? Wait, I gotta do it again. Huh. Your wrist looks like a wrist. Fair enough. Stop. My legs also do that. You want me to stand on my chair and show you? Looks like I broke my arm. It does.
Yeah.
Right. Standing on a chair. This is important. Okay. Let's see if this works out for me. Can you see my legs since it's like they're black? I don't think this is gonna work out. Can you say? Can you see how they're hyperextended? Oh, you can't really. Maybe I'll have to take a picture. Cool. Ugh. Could you see it? I couldn't see it. I was trying to look. No, I can't raise my legs up that far. Jokes. But I can't do the thumb thing that people do with their soft butt. People do have those. Surprise, Sade. It's a feature, not a bug. Thanks. Into your first Stardew playthrough earlier this year. Wish you eventually get back around to it, but you've been wrapping your head about being as efficient as possible. Wow, I haven't done Stardew at all, so. That's impressive. My balance on a roller chair. It was something, definitely. Well, I tried. I'll have to have my brother take a picture. My arm behind my head. I can do that. Wait a second. I'm knocking my little things off. I can do this one. On both sides, I think. I'm more flexible with this one. Yeah, welcome, Sushi. We're totally doing productive learning things. Don't sit on the chair, that was dangerous. Alright. I'm pleased. Stop this, you money-hungry capitalist. Wait, I'm confused. I am, but why? Am I? I don't know. I don't know enough about economy stuffs. So, we are or we're not doing grid? I guess we cannot because Mavi says it's not good for accessibility. 100 bangarangs and not 1K. Yeah, I don't want them too much though, because then it will be like overwhelming. Why is this cutting off my head? It's because I'm not sitting back, huh? Let me push my screen back a little. There we go. I'm doing it wrong? What am I doing wrong? I don't know what we're talking about. It isn't good for accessibility because of... Grid is easier to code, but screen readers have some issues with it, especially with shorthand properties. That's what Molly said. HTML and CSS is the wrong approach to web development. You're an expert and you know better than me. Alright, I'm gonna take you up on that. Hopefully I'm doing okay today. Yeah, I'm doing okay. How are you doing, Rossi? Sounds like we're watching one of these, and we're watching the shortest one. Please, please, please tell me if it's too loud, because I don't know if it is or not, or if it's too quiet. Float grid. Nice.
Hello everyone, my name's Kyle, and this is Web Dev Simplified, where we make the web easy to understand and accessible for everyone.
Can you hear
it? In this video, I'm going to be discussing everything you need to know about CSS Grid. I'm going to start by talking about what CSS Grid is, go into when you should use it, and then finish up with going over all of the syntax for CSS Grid. So let's get started now.
It's loud enough?
The easiest way to get started with CSS Grid is to compare it to what it's most similar to, which is Flexbox.
Hey, Jason, be
Flexbox,
nice
I've already
to
created an entire
Kyle.
video on, so if you haven't seen that, make sure you check it out so that you can continue watching this video. So Flexbox essentially is just a way to lay out things in one dimension so that they're flexible and they can change their size dynamically based on the content inside of the Flexbox container. Grid is exactly the same in that it allows you to lay out items flexibly inside of the container, but it allows you to do it not in just one dimension, but in 2 dimensions. It also allows you to line up items within those dimensions, both vertically and horizontally, just like Flexbox does, and it's essentially Flexbox, but for 2 dimensions instead of just 1 dimension. It's incredibly powerful, but difficult to wrap your head around due to the complexity of the layout mechanisms. So we need to talk about a little bit of terminology first before we can continue further. The first thing that I want to mention is that you have a grid container, just like you do in Flexbox. This container is the object that wraps all of your different grid items, So in this picture, the container is the square that wraps all the different objects inside of this grid. Then, inside of that grid container, we have different grid items, which are all these multicolored boxes of different sizes. They're all items inside of the grid, they just have different sizes and take up different positions inside of the grid. We then have the gaps between our items, which are called grid gaps, and then we also have our lines for our grid tracks, which are these dividers that you see between all of our different rows and columns that our grid is composed of. So now that we have that basic terminology out of the way, let's get started with creating our own grid. In here, I have Visual Studio Code open with a project with just some basic background styles and nothing inside of it. Let's open that with Live Server. As you can see, we just have this dark background, and we can get started by creating a container to wrap our grid items in. So let's create a div. I'm going to give it a class here of grid container. And inside of that, we're going to want to put our different grid items. So we'll just create different grid items, give them a class of grid item, and we'll also give them a class of which number they are so we can easily distinguish them. So we have grid item 1, let's do grid item 2, and grid item 3.
Sorry, y'all.
And if you
I can't multitask and like read what y'all are saying and actually pay attention to what Kyle is saying. So if I'm ignoring you, there's a reason. It's not, do not take it personally, okay? My attention span is not that great.
Save that,
But you knew
see
that.
that we now have these different items showing up on our screen so that they're easy for us to visualize. But we have no styles being applied to them other than the visual styles themselves. So to get started and create a grid, we need to open up our styles.css and we need to display grid for our grid container. So we select our grid container, and in here we just put display grid. And if you save that, you'll notice absolutely nothing changes, and that's just fine. Grid by itself doesn't define any rows or columns for us to work with, so by default it just looks exactly the same as normal divs inside of a container. What you need to do to make grid become an actual grid is to define specific columns or rows for your grid. So to do this, you'll use grid, template, and then you'll say columns if you want to define your columns, and in here you put a list of all the different column sizes you want. You can use percentages, pixels, EMs, REMs, whatever you want to define your sizes. So for example, if we wanted to have a 200 pixel column and a 100 pixel column, if we save that, you see we have a 200 pixel column on the left and a 100 pixel column on the right, and then our grid wraps to the next row where it has another 200 pixel column. So our grid is essentially 2 columns wide, and it has a 200 pixel column and a 100 pixel column.
I remember one frame or something.
What if we wanted our columns to flexibly size themselves based on the items inside of them? That's where we use what's called the fraction unit. So instead of 100 pixel
fraction.
column, let's say we wanted this to be 1 fraction of our size, and instead of 200 pixels, we wanted this to be 2 fractions. This works exactly as Flexbox does for flex grow, in that the 2FR is going to be the same as flex grow of 2, and 1FR will be the same as flex grow of 1. So essentially 2FR will be twice as much space taken up as 1FR. And if you save that, you see that our items on the left here in our first column are twice as large as the items in our second column, and that's because of these FR units that we defined.
For real.
Another thing that you can do with grid when defining your actual columns is to use a repeat. So if we wanted to have, for example, 4 columns that were all 100 pixels wide, instead of writing out 100 pixels 4 times, we can just use the simple repeat command. And inside of the repeat, we just put how many times we want it to repeat, and we put how large we want that size to be.
Good.
If we save that, we now get 4 100 pixel wide columns. And if we go in here and add a few extra grid items, you'll see that we have 4 100 pixel wide columns, and this one wraps onto the first column when we get to the 5th item. That's exactly how we want it. We can also do the same thing for our rows. So we can do grid, template, rows instead of columns. And let's say we want to have a 200 pixel tall row for our first row, and then we want our second row to be 150 pixels tall. If you say that, we now have a 200 pixel row for our first row and 150 for our second row. But if you don't know how large your grid is going to be, so you don't know how many rows it'll be, you can use what's called grid auto rows.
Wow.
And this will determine the size of all rows that get added after our template rows. So for example, we can put in that we want all of our rows to be 150 pixels tall. So if we delete this template rows here and save it, now all of the rows that aren't defined, which in our case we have no defined rows, so all of our rows will be 150 pixels tall. if we add back in that grid template rows and we make our first row 200 pixels, but we don't define our second row, it'll just default to this auto row of 150. And as you can see, our first row is 200 and our second row is 150. Let's change our columns back here.
All right, let me catch up on what y'all are saying. Do. Write code, that's what beginners do, and we do that. Customers don't care if you use Grid or Float or Flexbox, they want the product to make money. Yeah, but we're not doing this for customers. Like, I get what you're saying. We're just talking about, like, accessibility and what's best for us. You're on Twitch watching Netflix and tank work. Stranger Things plus a review. The repeat command for Grid, okay. Hey, Live Healthy, what's up? We're learning. Oh, thank you for the drink. Quick tip for general programming. If you design your software, no matter which, in a way so you can replace whatever part, you wrote good code, it's easy to refactor and make better. Like Grid or Flex or whatever, doesn't matter. It's just the presentation. If you separate the presentation from the logic, are you just saying like not having like styling and like JavaScript together, or what do you mean? To have an agile methodology is good. I don't know what that means, but I should. Instead of this, just use Tailwind CSS. Yeah, Fresh Mental, we were using Tailwind for another project, but I wanted to do a project that showed more of how I would use Flex or Grid, just to make it more accessible to people. And we will do another project where we use Tailwind, but it's just we're not using any frameworks or any libraries or anything. We're just trying to keep it simple. What needs to be done here? So we're trying to make this, but I don't actually know that much about CSS Grid, so we're learning. But this is what we're trying to make today. Patience. Patience, my young ones. Learning is okay. We can take the time to learn, even if I'm more entertaining than Kyle. Yeah, so this is an app about showing there you can redeem these cards in the redemptions. Wait a second. Ganta, thanks for there we go. Thank you for the follow. I want y'all to be able to see the photos and whatnot that you would be redeeming, which is what we're doing basically. Making an art portfolio website. So, anyway, let's do some learning.
200 pixels and 250 pixels, just so it's easier for us to see. We'll get rid of all these things for our rows and save that. And now we have our nice 2-column layout. And let's add some content inside of our different grid items to see how they scale with different size content. Inside of our first one here, let's just add a little bit of text. We'll say 50 words here. Inside of our second one, we'll just add 25. And if you save that, you see that this first grid item is much longer than our second grid item, and our second grid item just grows to fill that amount of space, which is exactly what we want. But let's say inside of our styles here, we'll add our grid auto rows back in, and let's say we had defined our rows, we want them to be 150 pixels tall. If you say that, you see that our text just overflows outside of our grid item, which is not what we want. We want our grid item to grow to that size, but be 150 pixels minimum. So we can use what's called min-max to define what we want our minimum size to be and our maximum size for our content to be. So we want our minimum row size to be 150 and our maximum to be auto, which means it'll just fill the amount of space it needs to put its content. If you save that, you now see that our first row fills the amount of space it needs to put that content, and our other rows are that 150 pixels tall since they have no content to fill the extra space. And that's exactly what we want. Now let's remove that content from here so we can see our view a little bit better. And there we go, we got our rows back exactly like we want. And now we can talk about spacing our rows and columns apart from each other. We can do this with the grid gap property. So we have the grid row gap, which determines the space between our rows. Let's, for example, put in here 20 pixels. If you say that, we now have 20 pixels between all of our different rows inside of our grid. We have the exact same property for column. So for example, we can put 10 pixels between all of our columns, and you'll see we now have 10 pixels between our columns. And if you want the same value for both the row and column, you can just use the grid gap property, which sets both the column and row gap to be 20 pixels in this case. And now you see we have 20 pixels between all of our different grid items on the rows and columns. And that's, for the most part, all you need to know about sizing your different columns, your different rows, and your gaps. There's only one other way in which you can lay out your columns and rows, and that's using grid template area. Grid template areas allows you to create different strings for the areas that you want your different code to take up. So in our case, let's say we want to have a header and another header. So we want our header to take up the first two rows, just like this. And then we have one of our grid items, let's say grid
I stopped
item,
listening. What did he say about this one?
Lay out your columns and rows, and that's using grid template area. Grid template areas allows you to create different strings for the areas that you want your different code to take up. So in our case, let's say we want to have a header and another header. So we want our header to take up the first two rows, just like this. And then we have one of our grid items, let's say grid item.
I can do the eye drops. Appreciate. Well, this one's empty. And it clearly makes me emotional, so. Okay. What are we saying over here? Do 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 do. Wow. There we go. How am I? I'm okay-ish, you know, learning stuff, live healthy. Really wish you would have learned front-end web dev like I do right now. You jumped into Angular, having a lack of base is really annoying. Thank you, I appreciate that. We need a base. Shay Howe's OG, straight up hazed me. Angular, you still need to learn JavaScript, HTML, CSS. The problem is Angular solves its complexity. Good for large-scale apps, but not small. You listen to these at 0.75 speed because when people start working, they start talking fast. Oh, 3 times speed. It's my secret. I don't listen. I shouldn't see a 4K. Executive functions hard. Wait, I read about this kind of over the weekend. What is it again? What's the definition of that? Hey, Ketchy, what's up? We're learning grid. Okay.
One, in this case, we can give it a grid area of header. Now if you say that, you see that this template area, our entire first row is going to take up the space of this header. We can even define further rows after that. So let's say we want our next row to be sidebar, and then content, and then again, sidebar, content. So we can use our grid item 2 here. We can set this to be a sidebar for the grid area. Let's do the same exact thing for our grid item 3, except for we're going to make it the content. And now, if we save this, you'll see that we have our sidebar on the left side here and our content on the right side here. So these grid template areas
Where did the styling come from?
Name our different items based on an area and then position it in our rows using the template concept. So
Oh, unless they
we
were
lay
previously
the row,
supplied.
the areas that we want for each row. So for example, column 1 will be header, column 2 will also be header, so it'll span both of those columns. Our sidebar will be in column 1 for both row 2 and row 3, and so on. So it'll follow the template columns and rows we have set up, and it'll put these objects in the different areas that we've defined. This is great for when you want to reposition elements on different size screens or shrink or grow elements based on your screen size. But it's not something that I use very often when I'm creating grids, because I prefer to style my elements using grid column and grid row on the elements, which we can talk about now. So let's remove these template areas and these areas from our different items. And we can do the exact same thing of spanning across our different columns by using grid column start to determine which column the grid item should start in. So in our case, we want it to start at the very first column, so we'll just put 1 in here. And then we can use grid column end to determine where we want this grid column to end. And you may think that we want to put 2 in here because we want it to end in the second column, but the way that the columns work and the rows work in our grid is a bit different. On the right here, you see that we have our very starting column, which is on the far left. This is column 1. Our second column is actually this break between column 1.
I stopped listening. Wait a second.
Here. But the way, and you may think that we want to put 2 in here because we want it to end in the second column, but the way that the columns work and the rows work in our grid is a bit different. On the right here, you see that we have our very starting column, which is on the far left. This is column 1. Our second column is actually this break between column 1 and column 2, so our second line is right here in between grid item 2 and 3. And then column 3 is actually the line at the very end of our page, because each column that we have, each section, has a start and an end.
What?
So if we started at 1 and ended at 2, we would just be covering up this first section. And if we want to start at 1 and go to the end of the line, we'd have to use a column end of 3 here. And if you save that, you see that now we still span the full header, which is exactly what we want. If we were to change this back to 2, like we had mentioned earlier, you see that it only covers this first grid area. Another way to do this is to use -1, which will span all the way to the very end of the column. And there we go, you see that it goes all the way across the row, since -1 corresponds to the farthest away column on the right side of the page. You can even shorten this further by using the grid column property, putting our start at the beginning, using a slash, and then putting our end at the end here.
Wow.
And if you save that, we get the same exact thing as using grid column start and end separately. We can do the same thing again for our rows. So for grid item 2, let's use the grid row start. And we want to start in the second row here, so 2. And then we want to use grid row end. And we want to end in the 4th row, just like I had mentioned earlier. If we end in the 3rd row, it'll only fill 1 slot. We want to go to the 4th row so that it'll fill 2 slots. And we want to do that for both of our grid items here. If we save that, you see that we now get that same layout we created with the template areas. This is incredibly useful for creating layouts that span different sizes of our column. Also, you can use the span property, so if we wanted this to span 2 columns, and we could just say span 2. If you save that, it'll now take up 2 column widths. Same thing down here with our grid rows. We could change this to be span 2, and now it'll just take up 2 rows. And same thing down here. And there you go, now our properties, our items, are spanning 2 rows. We could even change this to be span 3, for example, and now this grid item 3 is spanning 3 rows. Or even just span 1, which is the default, which means that it's only going to take up 1 row space. Same thing with the column. Span 1 is the default, which means that it just takes up 1 column and 1 row by default. So now let's remove all these different grid column layouts here. That way we have our grid back to how we want it to be. And now we can start to talk about how we can align our...
Wait. Oh. We're kind of close-ish. What are we saying? Yeah, we're working on this. We're trying to... You can redeem art on this channel, and so we're just trying to make a place for y'all to be able to see what art you want to even redeem and get you. Who is Dave Gray? The cognitive process that encompasses an individual's ability to organize thoughts and activities Prioritize tasks. Wait, what were we talking about? Okay. Your attention span drops off randomly. You teleport like Leanne, you get to the end of watching a reading, you're like, what? Did I yawn? I would. I look very engaged and not sleepy. I was trying to be focused. It's not rocket science, but if you've never learned any science, then science is hard, right? Get up, start cooking, change the litter, sweep the room, then hear in the background like, oh my gosh, I forgot I pressed play. Thanks, Mabry. So my, whatever this is called. In the past, you're afraid of touching code that you wrote a few days ago. Afraid of breaking things. Now you write automated tests and you're comfortable touching the code and refactoring and adding stuff to it because if you break something, you'll get fast feedback and automatic tests. I've never learned testing. What resources do you suggest to use? I think he's fine. I don't know why we are shitting on Kyle up in here. Kyle's just trying to be nice. Kevin Powell's video was longer. That's why we didn't do it. Hurts I did make all these. Granted, this is only one of the drawings, but yes. But if we cut and pasted Born, then we wouldn't learn. Ooh, Garland. Ooh. You think NASA's using CSS Grid to fire their rockets now? Oh, okay. So I'm trying to find out what's going on in the chat. Supposed to do boba? What? Like have a chat with the boba lady? Jest? I've heard about Jest. It is a delightful JavaScript testing framework. I'm not laughing. That was funny though. We need to be positive in chat. Yes. Okay, yes. We chill here. There are probably optimal ways to do shit and smart brains and whatnot. That's okay. We don't need to be those people. We can just enjoy the journey or whatever. Oh, thanks, Mo. Buster checked. It's okay. We make mistakes. We're doing the learning. We yawn while we're watching videos because we're slightly bored, but we do need to know what's happening. Our mind starts wandering and we start thinking about what is chat saying actually. And then we're like, oh yes, I forgot. I have to be watching a video. Damn straight, Born. Damn straight, Jeff. We're not great at it, but the thing is, we can get better, and we are getting better. Break. Yes, baby, I know, baby. Ain't nothing but a heartache. Let's do it again. I'll say the next line. I'm ready. Which is the URL for the game of cards? Wait, like the thing I'm working on? This? You like the learning process? Thank you, Mo. I appreciate it. You're right, Born, but I did it first. Remember when I mentioned it on stream? I was like, if you just sing, you're with someone and you're just like, tell me why, they will sing back. They will. And you're like, and then you keep singing. What was my favorite Muse song? The Handler. Now, ironically, I don't know the lyrics that well, but it is my favorite. No one ever tells me why, though. Your wife heard you say that and started to sing. Damn straight she did. I told you. I told you. And why is it Starlight? It is so not Starlight. Starlight's cool and shit, but also like, too poppy. You don't know the lyrics, but you would to it. There you go. Ain't nothing but a heartbreak. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why. I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Supermassive Black Hole is a great one. Some light games on the web. Wait, so like you just want to play some games? I don't really play any web games. I play Steam games. Dumb. Knights of Sidonia is fine. It's not my favorite, but it's okay. Am I gonna get the Steam Deck? Bruh, I don't have any money. It's a funny joke. Alright. I'll stretch. I think I went to bed at like 11 or something. Wait. It's too fucking hot in this room. I need to change my sweater. It's so cold outside and it's very hot in here and I just am overheating, so I will answer questions. I just gotta change my sweater. It's too hot. Oh my god, it's hot in this house. Oh, that's the wrong one. I press the wrong buttons all the time. What are we saying? You know, either you're getting anywhere, you just won't eat for 6 months. If I were to get something instead, like I have a gaming computer, so like, Steam Deck. But rugs. I would get a rug. You know you're an adult when. Do I have a full-time job? No. I'm looking for one, though. Are they that expensive? I think they're like $400, something like that. 9 pages left you hate. Multi-reading hardware and everything. Woof. Why am I stretching? I did stretch. Live healthy. Redeem the stretch. Shh, I'm reading chat. It's very hot in DC today. Yeah, it's raining here. It was like 50 degrees Fahrenheit. But it's fucking hot in this house. It's dark in Berlin. This is the shirt. I don't like this shirt. That's why I wore it. Cool. Oh yeah, y'all. We're doing a stream tomorrow. What is for me the morning? In Europe, it should be like the afternoon, just so we can like tap into like make some more streams accessible to like European and that side of the world viewers. You know, like African, Asian. You know. And so tomorrow we're gonna go live with Araz, who's up in here in chat. Let us know what sort of content you want to be seeing. Araz has a little more experience than I do, so we can go through what they like their process is coding, or if you want to see anything coded, let us know. What kind of rug? Why a rug? Because I have like a wooden house and it's super echoey. So. And your older household stuff makes you happy. What is my most played game on Steam? I think it's Witcher 3. You have so many shirts you don't like, but you still wear some out of a weird sense of obligation. I feel that. See, my logic was, I don't like this shirt, and like I'm gonna wear pajamas in like 9 hours. So what's a shirt that I'm like, I don't want to wear it that much, but I'm still gonna wear it, you know? What time tomorrow? What did we say? I think I put it in my calendar because I'm smart. I'm a big grown-up person. It is at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Great, Roberto. Oh, Gerald, rug. No. Maybe grids are so hot. Wardrobe edit. What's an entire block of selected properties and values called? A block? Maybe. I don't know. I want a boring rug. I want like earthy tones. Or I would if I ever had money. I've thought about it. I'm like, in theory, if this were a thing, maybe it would happen this way, you know? Eventually I get there. Eventually. You know, build a PC, but once the vids, you what? What is it? You see her for gaming, but you don't game. Interesting. And you want to build a PC? Trying to answer a banky question. Oh, does anyone really answer that? I don't know. Born, I'm gonna buy some new headphones and shit. I just have to get on it. Jeff, you're at class 14 in the catch-up crew, and you're really struggling with confidence. What specifically? Like, you don't feel like you can code very well, or you feel like you're behind, or like what specifically? But that reg is so boring. A rule. There you go. Tucker, maybe you should stream building a computer. You get a lot of your clothes from a group in your community where people just give stuff away. Nice. I buy clothes every like 5 years. Or acquire them. This one's from my sister, which is why I don't like it that much. I didn't choose it. Mostly you being in your head, seeing how behind you are. Okay. Okay, Jeff. So, I've said this a lot. I half-assed my whole boot camp. You know, I was super depressed, and like I'd watch the like Leon's videos, and that was it. I never did the projects, and then I would think about how I was getting behind, and I wouldn't do anything, and I get more behind, and just like, you know, it went downhill. And the only way I got out of that was when I started streaming in October 2021. And it has essentially given me accountability buddies and a lot of help from like senior devs and people who know more than me, or just a new pair of eyes, you know? So maybe you can't stream, or maybe you can stream, but I would definitely get like an accountability buddy. And then furthermore, when I started learning backend, I remember I did this group project and everyone was talking and I was just like started getting more and more overwhelmed by the minute, and I was just like, oh, I probably should start a little whatever it's called. No, intelligence, thanks for the bits. Always so nice. Wait a second, let me turn on the music. There was something else I wanted to turn on. I forgot though. Anyway, I was working in a group and everyone was like, oh yeah, so I'll do the this, that, and this, and that, and this. And I was like, okay. And then they're like, and you should do this. And I was like, okay. And I just like, by the end of the call, I don't know what's up with me. Like, I couldn't. And I got off the call and then I like cried for like an hour because I felt so stupid. I didn't know what was happening. Everyone else knew what was happening. And I just didn't get it. And I've been coding backend heavily for like over 6 months now. I started doing a take home for an interview like on Saturday and felt really overwhelmed because I'm like, I don't even know where to start. I don't know how to back end, you know, I don't know how to do that. And then I started like working on it with a classmate, and then they started being like, okay, try this thing. And then as I started doing that, I was like, oh my God, what if you do this? And then I was like, wait a second. Did I just have an idea as to what to do? Do I understand what is happening here? And then I was like, oh my God, I am. And this content that I never thought I would understand, like ever. I really didn't. I'm starting to get it. So just give yourself time and get yourself some people to work with, whether that's just someone being there with you on a chat or someone who can like walk through, like pair program with you essentially. I'm a huge fan of pair programming. That's what we do here after all. Like, get someone to help you and remember how far you've come, and like remember how bad you suck now, so in the future you can be like, damn, I don't suck so bad anymore, you know? You know? That's what I have to say about that. Right. Physiotherapist told you today that your startup broke a disc in your spine. Wow. That's crazy. Backend seems to be freaking people out. It's okay. It's the same language, new environment. You learn it over time. People forget how far you've come. Yeah. And it is different. And it is hard. For some people, they just kind of get it. Okay, Mel, I keep losing my water bottle. Wait a second. Okay. Some people just get it, you know, and that's cool, but some people don't, and it's hard, and you're just like, this is a puzzle, and I don't see how shit fits together, I just don't, and eventually it happens as you just like, frankly, struggle through it. It sucks so bad, which is why you need someone else there, because it makes it a little more bearable, you know? Life isn't a sprint, it's a continued sprint. Yeah. You love those wait what moments? Nice. You did that this cohort half-assed it, basically turned up to class for no reason. You just restarted again and decided to take it seriously. It's going good now. And I hope it does continue to go good for you. Hope. Hey Dom, thanks for the bits. Appreciate that. Wow. Like, do what works for you. You know, some people are working full-time jobs, some people aren't, some people have shitty mental health, some people don't. You can't compare your journey to anyone else's because no one has the unique circumstances that you are in, you know? And like I do that all the time. That being said, I'm like, why don't I do this? And it's like, guess what? Rufio, your brain is fucked up, okay? Sometimes it does shit. You know? Am I a specialist in front, backend, or full stack? I'm full stack. I wouldn't say I'm a specialist in anything. I'm more familiar with backend just because I've been like grinding through it for 6 months. But like, you're putting Legos together, although you highly recommend doing lots of research. Who researches before putting Legos together? Nice to hear you're feeling overwhelmed currently. Anxiety and depression are not making this easy. After screwing up in your college, you're trying to get it back into coding and it's hard. And Valstrom, like, I can't speak to anxiety. Depression sucks, and it will tell you, you know what, you're just not putting that much effort into it. you're being lazy. Like, you're not working as hard as everyone else. And I'm told this is a lie. I have to convince myself it's not because I have no self-compassion. But be kind to yourself, you know? Knowing how to plan it out, you're doing 3 classes a week and you're not at that rate, you'd finish somewhere in September. And that works, right? I have been doing this since October 2020. It is almost June 2022. So it's taken me a long time, but I hopefully am at the end of hopefully I can get the first job or whatever soon. That would be nice. Also, they said having someone more experienced is so essential. CSS programming with all the tools is so much more stuff. Without guidance, it's close to impossible for normal people. That. Are there any like senior devs in here or people that feel more comfortable with programming that would be willing to like help out people with less experience? If so, whisper me or Twitter me and we can try and get you set up with people who need help, because I feel like there's a disconnect. There's seniors who want to help, and then there are juniors who need help, but y'all don't know how to find each other. And the only reason I've found people is because I've been doing this. So part of it's the court is so big that it's hard not to compare. Yeah. You need someone to flesh out your 100 hours project? Probably. It's a big one, but you can do it. I believe it. You work full time, so you know you won't have a whole bunch of extra time for things like other people. Exactly. Your brain loves comparing your journey to everyone else's. Yeah. There are people in this new cohort that have gotten jobs, and my brain's like, like, I'm so happy for them. But what is wrong with me, you know? And that's not how I should be thinking. So, like, you know, the thought traps, you get stuck in them no matter where you are, and you just have to be like, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Your mental health is pretty terrible. So you feel like the fact you made it to 14 classes in itself is awesome. It is. That is awesome. That's... I have to pull up a calculator. It's not working. That's 45 hours of classes. Wow. If you're trying to get back into coding or trying to start a big project, avoid marathon sessions because they will make you feel more overwhelmed. Okay, that's good advice. Fear, I've taken on a huge project for one person. I mean, I'm uploading every word of the damn language. That's insane. I mean, honestly, I've had people who have offered help, and I don't know, I'm a little bit of a control freak, and so I'm like, but if I don't do it all, then I won't be able to ensure the quality, you know? Or like, if we have people who are breaking up like the 2 hours long sessions, you have to know what the language sounds like so you can parse out words and sentences and phrases. And not everyone can do that. In fact, most people cannot do that. So I'm like, clearly I have to do this as well. So, coding isn't about effort, it's about repetition. True. What's my programming language I prefer? I only know JavaScript, so probably that one. GitHub code spaces. I don't know anything about that. What is that, Tomas? In the ADHD study group? Huh. I've been thinking about ADHD lately. I don't think I have it, but like, what if I did? I don't know. Because I had a super depressed like tweet like last week, and I was like, you know, and people were like, well, you just need like a body double, and I like looked into it, and I was like, oh my god, this is literally how I've done my whole life, and I was like, oh my god, I was like, it shook. A good 100 hours project, hooking up new devs with seniors. I already have one. Doesn't someone else want that project? Full transparency, you were offered a bonus last week at one of your jobs if you did 24 hours. Wait, what do you mean? 24 hours? Like a shift? Start freaking out to meet that mark, plus your other jobs, plus hundreds of dev stuff. You had a panic attack last week, not your first one, but was pretty bad. You have to take the time for yourself and do absolutely nothing sometimes. Catch up, cruise for your own pace, you're never behind. I hope you're doing better, Pink Star. And know that we're all here for you. You took a break, you take breaks all the time, you have started over. You're susceptible to negative cognition loops. It just means like getting into like, oh, I'm bad, blah, 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 things like that. At least being aware of it has helped a lot. My therapist gave me like thought traps paper and I lost it, but I do remember that she talked to me about it, so. Your friends have it as a project this week where students are matched with companies in speed dating sessions. Wow. Maybe it'd be fun to work on a bigger project together with my subscribers. We kind of tried to do that once, and then I never, I don't know, it's hard to motivate myself, and so I never like jumped on that, and so nothing ever happened with it. So like maybe, but also like I have a hard enough time motivating me, if that makes sense. Biggest issue is going to be the networking. You're in a city that has only 2 minutes a month. Lunch club. Or find a job listing, go to that company, hit a bunch of people up there. Coffee chats. Everyone needs help sometimes. True. Yeah, welcome, Hood Intruder. Do y'all like birds? Hood Intruder wants to know. The only answer to that should be yes, by the way. For depression, it makes it extremely hard to focus or get up and go. Doc suggested Adderall. Made a world of difference. Huh. Interesting. After I had a depressive crisis last week, I messaged my therapist who she had messaged me last week and was like, how are you? I'm like, I'm fucking fantastic. She's like, cool, let's meet in August. But then I had my mental health problems. And I was like, actually, can we meet earlier than that? She was like, yeah, it's fine. So I'm going to talk to her about that. The more you learn about ADHD, the more you're like, isn't this how everyone lives? I need to learn more about it. Damn straight, you love birds, Pink Star. That is the acceptable answer here. There's no one using vanilla JavaScript right now except for us. Pranked. Do I know what, if any, triggered my recent issues? Yes, I know exactly what it was. I don't know how much y'all want to know about it, but I know what it was. Gotta save my points with postcards. Anyway, now I know to avoid that. If it was only that simple. Was it the swing set? Yes. No, it wasn't a swing set. But that was in my life. So my title reminded me of the Carl Sagan quote. Isn't like the name of this making a website? It's good that I know it might be cliche, but knowing is half the battle, right? And I just have to problem solve and shit. If a therapist and a doc, they're both excellent because you like, I don't think I have ADHD. She was like, depression and anxiety can manifest similar symptoms or behaviors. Oh, interesting. GitHub code spaces are about pre-prepared cloud environments for developers on VM machines. Yeah, but what does that mean for some? Explain like I'm 5. The swing set story is, I was living my life, and then my dad comes and knocks on my damn door, and he's like, will you help me take apart this swing set that's in your yard? And I was like, what? And he's like, yes, I need to take it apart right now. I'm like, can you come back later? He's like, now. It needs to happen now. He was now. No! And I was like, oh my God, why is this happening now? And so I helped him a little bit, and then my brother was, we'll mostly drunk. And my dad is not positively thinking about that sort of thing. And then he was like, brother, I need you to help me do this. And I was like, oh my god, why is this happening? He can't know. Anyway, so this was last week on like Thursday. Code girl. Brrr. If you wish to make an apple pie from scratch, you must first invent the wow, wow, wow. There's a lot of overlap between chronic depression, bipolar disorder, and ADHD. Oh. Your knowledge is evolving, but something you learned is executive dysfunction and ADHD are synonymous. Huh. Your brother wasn't feeling well. Did I try any desktop language? No? I don't know what that means. Do I get along with my dad, relatively speaking? I fucking love Muse. CD Muse is my favorite band. Oh my god, I love Muse. Alright, see ya, Garland. Thanks for hanging out. You don't need a great machine to code. Just take your cheap laptop and develop your applications on a remote machine. Oh, thank you. I do understand that. Favorite Muse song? Goat the Handler. Therapy sounds good, but it's hard to find one that looks like you and who isn't annoying. Radiohead is better than Muse, but they're so good. Get the fuck out of here. No. Radiohead's fine. I like Radiohead. No one is better than Muse. You cannot make close eye contact with people more than 3 seconds unless they're close friends. Interesting. Learn more about ADHD. Thank you. I'll look that. One of your friends teaches sock language to the Sac and Fox tribe in Oklahoma. That's awesome. Hey, Jason, born. No. People can like Radiohead if they want. Don't say fuck Radiohead. Radiohead's okay. People can like what they want. It's okay. I just think Muse is better. Why is Burge not at the top of that list? So, Jeff, what are their language preservation efforts? What do those look like? Why is my nose always itchy on stream? Ugh, always. Okay, we probably should be doing the thing we came here to do. we were almost done with this video. Do you remember how we were watching this video? Oh my god, it didn't save. We were like right here or something.
Grid items inside of our container.
Wait a second.
And then there's...
Wait a second. Gotta pause the musics. Playing Witcher 3 for the 4th time? Nice. You're out of games? Well, have you played like the Horizon Zero Dawn or whatever? Or Elder Scrolls? Elder Scrolls. See you, Tomas. Thanks for hanging out. Grid! I think they're working on a YouTube channel. Oh. Right.
Justify content and align content, which is how we lay out our actual grid container inside of the container that's inside of. So let me show you an example. By justifying our container and align, we can start to talk about how we can align our grid container and our grid items inside of our container. This works very similarly to how Flexbox works for aligning items using align items, justify items. So in our case, there's 2 types. We have the items and the content version of align and justify. So there's align items and justify items, which is how we lay out the different grid items inside of our container. And then there's justify content and align content, which is how we lay out our actual grid container inside of the container that's inside of. So let me show you an example by justifying our container and aligning our container. So we'll use justify content, which is what is going to contain our container and make it move around. And we'll just say center, for example. If we want our grid to be in the center on the horizontal axis, if you save that, you see that our grid is now in the center. And if we increase that, you see it a little bit easier that it's in the center of our screen. We could change this to be in the start, for example. And notice how we don't use flex start. That's only for Flexbox. In grid, we just use start or end, for example. And if we wanted to align our grid inside of our screen, we could use align content, and we can say center, for example. And we also need to give our grid a height so it can align itself inside of that. So we'll just say the height should be 100 view height, so it'll take up the full screen.
I stopped listening.
That our grid
oh my god. Okay.
Inside of our screen, we could use align content, and we can say center, for example. And we also need to give our grid a height so it can align itself inside of that. So we'll just say the height should be 100 view height, so it'll take up the full screen. And you now see that our grid is centered vertically and it's right lined for the horizontal. So now we can do all the different types of alignments that we could do in Fluxbox inside of here. So we could do stretch, for example, and it'll stretch our grid to fill the full size. We could do the same thing for justify. We could make it stretch as well, but since our grid items can't actually grow, this won't change anything. We could even do like space around, for example, space our items around like that, and so on for all the different types of justifying of our content that we want to do. Next, we can look at justifying the items inside of our container. So let's remove all of the content justifications we have, save it so we know what we're starting with, and now if we wanted to justify the items inside of our container, we could say that we want our items to be centered inside of their
Didn't we
different
just
rows.
do that? No,
And
it's
as you can see, now
content.
the items are perfectly centered inside of their corresponding columns, and if we wanted to center them in the row, we would use align items of center, and this will now center them inside of their different rows, which is perfect. We can also change this to be start, for example, and it'll be at the top of the row, end for the bottom of the row, and so on. And we can also do the same thing with justify, for example. And by default, these are both set to stretch, which is why you see that our sizes on our things look like this when we have no justifying of our items. And these properties can be overridden on the different elements inside of our grid. So let's say we wanted to take our...
What?
And by default, these are both set to stretch, which is why you see that our sizes on our things look like this when we have no justifying of our items. And these properties can be overridden on the different elements inside of our grid. So let's say we wanted to take our first grid item 1, and we wanted this one to be aligned at the top of the row. We could just say align self, start. If we save that, you now see that this is aligned at the top of the row, and everything else is aligned stretch. We could also override justify, so we could say justify self, and we want it to be in the center. And there we go, you now see that it's aligned itself in the center horizontally. And that's how we can override any of the different justify properties or the align properties on the individual grid items and set them on our container using justify items and align items. This whole aligning and justifying of containers and items works almost exactly the same as it does in Fluxbox. So again, if you haven't checked out my Fluxbox tutorial, make sure you check that out for more in-depth explanations on these justify and align properties. And that's everything you need to know in order to get started creating grids using
Thank
CSS.
you, Kyle. Okay. What were we saying? I had to focus, I'm sorry. Hey, Connex. CMO. Thanks for hanging out. We were watching a video on Grid. Grid use the same alignment commands, seems like it, or similar. After a while, the words just sound like nonsense. Hey, Born, be nice. We want this to be positive, okay? So fucking hot in this room. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so hot in this room. We never started our little timer. Rovi out. How are things given the value grid item 1? It's a class. It's a class. Specifically grabbing that one. How to adjust the size on the text side to the block size? Maybe width 100% sort of things? What did you say? Something about marriage or something. Diversify around is a makeshift span. I have to open the door though. Wait a second. Oh my god. Maybe the vent's not open. Wait a second. It was open. It's really hot. Should get a USB desk fan. I don't normally get hot. Just freaking today. I normally wear jackets. God. My God. You like my hair this length? I'm not a huge fan of it, but I don't know. I like to play around with it, so. I also like Flexbox Zombie. They have one for CSS Grid, but it costs money, so I haven't done it. That's how it goes, isn't it? Costs money. Cool. Alright, well, and then this was sent to me. It's saying words to me. Words, 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 words. Words. I'm sure this is all very useful. But why didn't they make it make more sense, huh? How do they do that? Make a gap. Template areas. How's the site looking for now? Like this. So, oh yeah, like this. We need to fit these in the container. And I was like, should we use grid? And then people were like, ah! And then we were like, well, let's just watch the video to see if we should use grid. And so that's where we are. It looked better before, but now it's special, so. It's not making sense. I really need to get better at reading documentation, but I don't know. My brain just is like, and I'm like, wait a second, I just wasted like 20 minutes of my life. It's like, it probably costs like $10 to find a way to donate $89 cough spit take. Exactly. Exactly. So should we use it, or is it like not accessibly good or whatever? Grumble, your hotline, Fergizly, and Zan, thanks for the follows. Not feeling it today. Am I acting weird? Text restyling by width. Wait, what is this? What is this, Tiffany? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is that your website? It surprised me. Oh, wow. How did you do it? Just like viewport width or like with 100% sort of thing? With CSS Grid, you can decouple logic and visual order. Source, okay, here, thank you for doing that. Source order independence can be quite useful in many cases, however, it can seriously damage accessibility. Screen reader and keyboard users only encounter the logical order of your HTML document and don't see the visual order. Well, damn. Because it seems like it would be easier, and I love it when coding is easier. Trying to think of how we would even do this in Flexbox, though, you know? Heavy sigh. Anyway, can anyone name that movie? Mosaic Flexbox. Flexbob. You can mess up accessibility in the same with Flexbox too. Really? Well, so what are you supposed to do? Ow. Ow. That is very hot. Born. Oh. It's a dog. That is what we want. I really should read this. Wow, I should have read that, I guess. Ever since Japanese is difficult, you agree. Never learned it. I probably should. Okay. Margin around them or padding on the container is ignored, and you end up with children. Okay. So far, I've found the best solution is to add an invisible pseudo element on the last child in the container. You can use a pseudo element to make the container treat the last child as if it's wider than it looks. This will create some space between the last child and the right edge of the container. What? Did I have any lunch? Yeah, I had potatoes. I'm a potato. Flex wrap. Photo last child. Flexbox hack. Hey Paul, thanks for the follow. When did you learn Japanese, Jeff? Well, I don't know what this is saying to me. I give up. That's probably also why I have a problem with coding, because I'm just like, goodbye. I feel like I can pay better attention to videos, honestly. I don't even like Stack Overflow. So I think that said something, I'm sure. I didn't know what a push element is. You think I actually read that page? I kind of started trying, and then I was just like, the end. Yeah, same, rabbit. Let's play Witcher 3. I already finished the game. All we would be doing is running around Velen. I'd be grossly overpowered. The first concept is to give all the masonry bricks or cells or flex containers child items flex auto. The children will then be sized according to their width and height properties, but will also grow to absorb any free space in the masonry and shrink to their minimum sizes to fit the masonry. Since this is going to be a fancy masonry layout, we have to give each masonry brick an equal height to arrange all of them in horizontal order. I want a vertical masonry. You've never played a modern computer game? Well, you may be missing out if that is the sort of thing you enjoy. With different heights of the masonry cells. Why is the nose? The nose is so itchy forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Y'all ever have someone read something to you, and this is how they do it? With different heights of masonry cells, you don't really have any other option other than ordering the cells vertically. With flexboxes, well, you'll have to contend with the vertical order only. So this concept is to give our masonry container .masonry a fixed height and then set up the flex direction to column. This technique is not so handy as you'll have to tweak up the height of the container every time you add new items to the masonry. What the fuck did I just say? I don't even know what I just said. I don't know what I read. I did not read it to you just like that. See, I think you need to do it somewhat interestingly. With different heights of the masonry cells, you really don't have any option other than ordering the cells vertically. With Flexbox as well, you'll have to, this sentence doesn't make any sense, to content with the vertical order only. So, this concept is to give our masonry container, .masonry, a fixed height, and then set up the flex direction to column. This technique is not so handy, as you'll have to tweak up the height of the container every time. Well, that is not something I want to do. Good morning, Silent Spy. Words. He's a rockstar software engineer. Yeah, like you just, I feel like if you're reading stuff to people, you can't just be like, you know, that's not how people talk. Intonation fluctuates, and you can't say it fast because people don't know what you're saying anyways. Thank you, Mom. My mom does that. She's, I'm like, Mom, I don't know what you just said for the last 15 minutes. 3 boxes next to each other horizontally, but the third one is lined up with the bottom of the page, and you want it at the top. Flex start, isn't it? Or when you put in a flex box? Horizontal means this way, I think. Ah, there's your problem, Born. Don't use floats. Don't use floats. Oh, cool, Jeff. What happened? Felix. Well, that was cool, but I'm done with that. Why can't it ever be easy? I'm just trying to do it fast. I forgot how to do floats, I'll be honest with you. Y'all, Flexbox zombies. Do Flexbox zombies. That's the shit, I'll be honest with you. I don't know if I can help you, Born. I forgot everything about floats, so. Oh, wow, Jeff. I still don't know how to help you. It's floats. I don't know how to do floats. Wouldn't you say like height 100, or wouldn't you say height 100 VH? It's like Flexbox Froggy, but way better. So much better. Well, these two are assumedly boxes, right? Have you tried making it green? Because red means stop, green means go. Float is evil. And it's kind of fun, Pink Star. Well. So, what was our decision? Are we using grid or like, nah? What is this? Wow. I like that. 5. Wow. Wow. What are you doing? Front end daily. 6 years ago. Read me. Nothing. Great. Do not do readmes like this. Incredibly not helpful. Sorry for my itchy nose, y'all. What do I want to do? This. This is what I want to do. I wanna make a mosaic. I think I should be a singer. What do you think? The only acceptable answer to that is fuck yeah. Lol. Flexbox, nice. Well, that's cool and shit, but like, where is your that's what I have to say. Oh my god, it's so fancy. Hey Penny, thanks for the follow. It's alarming, frankly, and I give up. Thank you. Goodbye. Well, the problem with Grid was that it wasn't accessible for screen readers or something. Screen reading sucks. I had to use it this year and it was very sucky. It does look perfect for Grid, but accessibility or something. And I do want to do accessibility, but excuse me. Born, you need to learn. Wow, that surprised me. Jeff, thanks for the gifted sub. When I hear about that, Mavi up in chat. Just because, like, the screen readers can't read it or something. Or something. Hey, Felix, thanks for the sub. That'll be nice. Appreciate it. I don't know. Like, this feels like a job for Grid, but they're like... But then apparently there's also problems with Flexbox. I don't know. They don't know how to read? Nah, they got shit vision. Me at the beginning of this year, I was straight up like, yeah, no, like I actually was. If you watch those videos, everything was like 200% zoom. But which one is the one with the least issues? Girlfriend Grid, better start writing code. Okay. Well, maybe I'll do it. Nike. Okay, I'm gonna... We watched a video, so let's just do a cheat sheet. We just want the cheat sheet. Where's the cheat sheet? Wrong. What is this? Hey Monsiego, thanks for the follow. It's very small. Why do these all suck? True, Roberto though. Sup, Derva? See ya, Tiffany. Thanks for hanging. I'm looking for a CSS Grid cheat sheet. Apparently this is really cool. What is this? Ooh, you can, Krugal. Do it. Do it. Felix, we're trying to make this. Oh, I learned about this CSS variable thing. I still don't know what that means, though. What does it mean? Which one of these is better? Thank you. This is what I was looking for. Which one of these is better? Wait. Are these the same? They are. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have this off on my other screen so that I can... Hey, Roberto, have you watched this video that we're now going to... We will watch it on stream. Have you watched Bad Lip Reading Hunger Games? Oh, one is grid and one is Flexbox. Oh, I get you. Oh my goodness, I definitely didn't pay attention to that. It even says it. Okay, thank you. Oh. I have 3 screens. One's my laptop screen, and I got 2 monitors on the side. Y'all are on my main screen, and then what I'm looking at is this screen, and I got another screen over here. Gotta zoom in. Gotta zoom in. Gotta zoom in. So, what will we do now? School. Okay, so do you remember how we were able to like multitask here? Because it was like that. Oh, brilliant. Oh, pranked. Like that. There we go. Not great, but it's okay-ish. You're always my main screen. It's thirsty. Going back to 4 monitors and ultra wide. Oh, ultra wide. Wow, wow, wow. A MacBook with an extra monitor. You gotta have an extra monitor. Like, I don't know how you. I just. Alright, I forgot about the music. Please don't stop the music. I sound just like Rihanna. Exactly, Tucker. Flip back and forth. It's like I got mine for very cheap, so just go on Craigslist or something. It's so worth it. My laptop has no battery life, Jeff. I just keep it plugged in all the time, forever. Don't forget to use Lime somewhere. There you go. Alright, so we have a work section, image section. What if we rename it Grid? The Grail has sharp teeth. And that makes sense, CD, but I'm pretty sure this one wasn't ever really meant to, like, not be plugged in. It was, like, I got it and it only had, like, a 1-hour battery life, you know? Thanks for hanging out, Hertz. Have a good dinner. Okay, so, now I gotta look at my little cheat sheet. So we say display grid. Nice, nice, nice. Then we say grid template. And we only want to grid. Okay. Grid template. One for. Well, that didn't do anything, did it? What if we say columns? Grid. Oh, actually. It did something. By a generic one. There you go. I really, like, mine aren't fancy. My brother's much more picky about, like, visual stuff. And so, like, if you look at my screen, like, it will have like text, and then it will kind of like have like color going off the sides. I never noticed it, but he's like, oh my god, how can you stand that? I'm like, I don't even care. So where are we now? We're just barely starting with the grid editors. I have dual monitors. You buy the switchy thing? Wait, what's the switchy thing? Do you ever go to meetups in my area? No. But I'm trying to make 100 devs one. So aren't there supposed to be 2 columns up in here and there's only 1? What the fuck is up with that? What if we just say this? Oh. Okay, so it looks like it did a thing. Switch between monitors? Wait, I don't... Just like... Wouldn't you just extend your display? I don't know. What color theme am I using? Monokai. Maybe it's overflowing. Hey dumpster, what up? Should I set the width? Like the width for... The width? Or the height? Should I say the height? Okay. Alright. Not terrible. Not great. Not terrible. I know you don't like viewport height, but it is a good thing in this situation, I think. If I exit out of this, can I still have this hovery thing? No. Damn it. It says it's overflowing for sure. Then we can say it shouldn't be 2. Frame, 1 frame, 1 frame. It's just making it smaller. Oh, that's weird. And we could say justify items center. Didn't do anything. It is not because I'm using 100. That's how you set the viewport height. What would you use instead it as? They have viewport width and height have their place. They do. We'll die on this hill. Wait, we have to have words up in here and stuff. Here we go. Image section. Oh, I don't even have words up in here. It's bad. Shh, I'm busy. Lorem 12. Cool. I feel fancy. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Oh, wow, 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 wow. It is Felix. Should that not be the case, though? Because we have the... Oh, wait a second. I don't know what this one is doing, actually. Maybe it's not. I don't know what this one's doing. Maybe I get rid of it. It was this one, I think, right? No, it was this one. It was this one. Oh my god. What just happened? Why did that work? It was a good thing, but like, why did it work? Look, they're doing the thing. Also, it's break time. Take breaks, Rufy out. Take breaks. Well, what should we do on our break? I could eat a cookie. It is working. It's very exciting. I'm very excited. Oh, you can't see it. I shouldn't mess with it if you can't see it. My nose is red. Why? There must be like some sort of like medical scientific reason or something. Like, oh, if you stare at a bright screen for too long, your nose just gets so itchy. I don't know why. Ow. My other brother just showed up. Bye. Was that too loud? Sorry. I'm getting a cookie. Eating ASMR? Isn't that like called a word or something? I always do that. Probably, Java. Probably. I'm not actually doing it. I'm just eating a cookie. Well, yes, Gio, thanks for following. It is a sugar cookie. My mom made it. I will, Born. Next time I see her. You're gonna talk some ghosts. Okay. Alright. So I had a weird extra container. I think Felix pointed that out. Yes. Alright. I probably should, like, copy this. Oh, dear. Because each one of these is going to have their own little bio thing. You know, it's a good afternoon when you're eating cookies and hanging with your friends and your code is working. Wait, why, Felix? How can I code on such a thin file? Because I need y'all to see it. It's looking pretty good. You're all of my friends. I think word wrap is very useful. Then I can actually read stuff and have to, instead of like moving back and forth. It seems logical. The logical decision. Wow, what are you doing, baby? What is happening? What is this? What is this one? Where do you come from? Where is it? I don't know. Well, I like word wrap. I think it's fucking fantastic. But I guess that's just me. Look, we can make it a tiny bit bigger. Like this. Doo-doo-doo. There we go. Little bit bigger. Where are you from? Oh, that's in the lower section. Okay, I was like, what? Thank you, Cruel. Cornetto. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cornetto? I just don't know why everyone wouldn't want to do it. Okay, so... we should add a little bit of a gap. This looks awful, I'll be honest with you. All in its own time, though. Grid gap. Oops. Gap. On fur. Well, that did nothing. It did something. I'm just not sure what it was that it did. Well, that should have done something. So that's cool, I guess. Bruh. I am making it mobile first, yes. Is this doing fucking anything? It's not doing anything. It makes me mad. Maybe. I don't know, the words look weird. I think each of these sections should have like a shared class so I can grab them better. Class equals grid item. How about that? Stop. Pixels or rems? Not. Whoa. Not pixels, but rems, okay. Hey Naz, thanks for the follow. Does it do something? What if we say grid column gap? It did! Bless. Doesn't look great, but... so if we go to grid item... font size... extra small. Little baby font size. Better, I think. Still not great. What does this look like? How come this one fits? This has the same amount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. We already gave it a height. Well, I don't know what's up with that. It's all supposed to fit like this. Or they're supposed to get smaller, aren't they? Let's just see. Well, that didn't work, did it? We need to crunch it. Y'all know how we crunch it? Maybe we say grid template rows. Can't remember how people determine the height. Grid auto flow dense. Thank you for doing nothing. Thank you. I have it in VH. Look. It's 100 VH. So what's up with it? I'm trying to make this all fit into like one section. So like if we oops. Oh. Thank you, Windows Media Player. Thank you. So you see how like this is this section and it's overflowing? I guess I don't technically, maybe not. I guess you can scroll down through work, but like if they don't all fit, then it would make sense to be able to scroll. See, it's still overflowing. Like, why can't it's going into this section? Like, why can't it stay in its own section? This section just get thick. Maybe say auto. Hey, Savage. Mayo, thanks for the follows. Exactly, Rabbit. You want each section to have a fixed size so the child elements fit inside it? Probably. Is that the way to go about it? You want an ice cream cone? Stop calling me out. Grid item. So like have a fixed height on this one maybe? Height. Wow, that, okay, so nice. They didn't get any smaller, they just got stacked. Stacked! You love people doing dev work. Do I always do this? Yeah, mostly. I mean, we've done some like job hunting stuff. We bounce around on projects and whatnot, Savage. But this is what we're doing today. We're making this. Or we're trying to. If only these would just get smaller. I'm grumpy, yes. Why are they doing stacky stacky? What's the logic behind that? You want each section to have a fixed size so the child elements fit inside it. The parent of intro work about, like, if the whole, everything? Can I minimize these? There we go. Like this part, have a fixed height for that part? Like for the body? We tried to have a fixed height for the work class, but it didn't seem wise. It wasn't working out for me. Alright, thank you, Rabbit, for that. Will do. Half an hour of this bliss. Okay, so I just want them to get smaller within their containers. If they could just fit within the container. Told you save up. And you did. Here you go. Here I am speaking like this. Look how small it is. Oh wait, it's because I told it to be very small, isn't it? It's a great New Zealand accent. Are you serious? Stack it on mobile. Australian. Maybe I don't do a great accent. Right, I'm trying though. Yeah, they're in separate containers, Lark. I'm apparently very multifaceted. That's what you've meant. So you're saying that, like, I don't know. So like this is the parent container of both. Not much, Christian. What's up with you? I could give this a height, but I spent summers in Australia, spring break in New Zealand, the rest of the time in England. Brilliant. Height 100 VH? No. No! No, I can see that that part was not quite British. British. So that didn't seem to do anything positive to me. Well, I mean, hold up. Hold up. Oh, wrong. Rude. Alright, well. And if we go here to GitHub. Oh, not that. The repo. I'll share it with you and it should be the updated code since I just pushed it. There you go.
Wow, 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 wow.
I know, right? There you go, Lark. How many steps are left to become a world-class developer? 0. I'm already there. I don't know. One more CSS property and she'll be running Google. You're not wrong. I am a god after all. I'm doing my best, rabbit. I'm doing my best. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. In it. Whatever. 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 You have no desire to work for Fang. Honestly, I have a desire to work for someone who will employ me. That's what I say. Half-assed developers. People would really want to work with us if that was our name, I think. You'd work for Fang for 2 years and retire. Oh? And what would that look like, Born? For my New Zealand, Aussie, British ass. The work is retirement, damn straight. No, if I had so much money, I would save it and then I would stop working. It would be great. What's the Figma? Like, you want the link to it. There you go. Copy. It's for you. Rolly, do you ever like sing to yourself and say, I just wanna rolly, rolly, rolly? Do you ever sing that? How's my typing skills? Probably good. I took a typing class when I was like 8, so. Every day, damn straight. I just wanna rolly, rolly, rolly with a dab of ranch. So, the welcome section and the work section, they have a size given to them by the child elements. If the child elements have a different size, that means it overflows. So, how do I fix that? Because if I give them their own size, like I did here, it didn't change anything. I worked it out, it's just an aggressive sounding Aussie. Oh god. I'm not even trying to do an Australian accent. You have 2 job interviews lined up. Fucking congrats, Christian. Let us know how those go on Thursday. One's a help desk job you applied for in February, and then one for a software engineering position. Well, I hope you get both of them, and I hope you take the software engineering one. Aggressive sounding Australian. Heavy sigh. You'll remember when we... You'll remember when we had Peter on here from Australia, and Peter did it in American accent. That was so funny. I loved it. Okay, Volstorm, I'm really trying to do a British accent. It was redeemed. Apparently it's Australian, so there's that. I've even been there and I can't remember. It probably is Australian. For you, the problem is that the class welcome is already a height 100 VH. Wait, so what is it supposed to do instead, Lark? I sound British, Aussie, American and Kiwi at the same time. Great. Great. I'm glad to see my accent skills are doing great. I didn't know that, Lark. So what am I supposed to do instead? Apparently I'm a very multifaceted accent person. I'm kind of ashamed, honestly. I thought I was a lot better than that. A lot better than that. Am I addicted to eye drops? Yes, like a drug. No, I got eye surgery in January. So my eyes get really dry and kind of blurry. From your experience, the inner properties like font size, margin, padding, and others should determine the flow of the boxes that make up a site. Wait, but so how would I implement that then, Lark? Some people get kind of addicted. I mean, like, I like them, but that's just because my eyes get really dry. Hold up. Wait a second. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is this music DMCA free? I don't think it is. I've fucked up. Damn it. I hate it when I do that. Rufio! I appreciated that. What are you trying to do here? We're trying to make this website, but specifically this part of the website. So we're trying to, like, this is what the whole website looks like. Especially looks like this, right? Yay. 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 And we got the first part working, but apparently I just don't understand the box model, and so this part looks great, and this part looks very special. In the welcome section, the word welcome creates a big size that should determine the size of the box that holds welcome subsection. Alright. So I'm not supposed to have this. I literally already set the size of work. But now look, it's so small. Wait, it looks bad now. We fucked up. Margin top to welcome. Stop it. Stop it. Windows. Stop. God. I think it was an H2. Or did they say H2? I think they say H. And I have the margin top. To rem. Not enough, apparently. What if I wanted to center, though? Could I do that? Like make it a flex sort of thing. Oh. The class welcome, alright. I don't think I grabbed welcome by itself at all. Yeah, Rolly. I apparently don't have a very good understanding of it, Lark. That looks good, probably, right? Maybe. Better. The parent box covers the children boxes. How do you make your entire view with one big flex box with 4 varying width columns? You would have to do 4 different containers and have it be flex direction column. So now we have it. Looks great. Maybe. Debatable. Right, well. Most demanding stack, like the one that gets the most jobs, or like it's the most difficult? Alright, we'll do. I just wanna roly. I drop time, thank you, Deva. Most needed? I don't know. Chopper's dying. Sad. It's very small, isn't it? I had a job interview for a job that used Angular and Java, and they said that they were trying to change a lot of the code base from EXTJS. So could I do like this padding on all of these H2s? Or all of the sections rather? Like could I do it like welcome work? Like that? On every section? You had to teach yourself Java this past semester and it sucked. That sucks. Well, we could do it on all the sections. It would be fun. Contact. Where is our about section? Oh, break time. Oh my god, it's long break time. What should we do? Vue and Go are becoming very popular at the moment. Really? I don't know that. I thought it was just React. Ball. Thanks for the raid. What's up? How did it go for you? How was the stream? Hi CLG, thanks for the follow. You got things done? What things? Tried to make a vanilla battleship game and you just couldn't do it right. Oh, interesting. I'm going to learn React eventually. I just have to get better at the other things first, I feel like. Maybe, I don't know. Profile table for user account settings. Well, I did not understand any of those words, but I'm happy for you. Is this the rapper? I don't know. Wait, who's a rapper? You'll teach me React? What? Let's do it. I don't know when. Wait, are you being serious though? I was just doing the what's it called? I was just doing the that one course. The Scrimbuff course, but that was way back in January. Yo, Ball does some very funny streams. It's hella redemptions happening all the time. It's hilarious. Teach in the simplest way ever. Interesting. Elif, thanks for the follow. Oh, do you really, Ball? Oh, so you really know. And you know what you learned in Leon's class too, so you know what the basis is for everyone else, I suppose. You're in the deep with React, learning things you never would have imagined. I feel like this is like a commercial for something. Like you found Atlantis or something. I never would have thought. The secrets React holds. The hidden depths of the framework. Hey, Slow, what's up? Think it's okay, you're more for if it gets the job done. Fuck yeah. I'm very much for, does this get me a job? That's where I'm at. Lol. Also, do you guys say that where you literally say lol in conversation even though it was like shorthand for laugh out loud and it's specifically like internet speak? That's what I hear, Sotam. I see a lot of job offerings with it, or they want it. And I have like hella, what are they called? A bunch of people have endorsed me for React, even though I know jack shit about React, so. Did I say it right, Sotam? I'm glad. React Angular is super in demand for jobs. I've seen a lot of React specifically. But I was interviewing at a place that did Angular and they were like, God, everyone comes to us knowing React. I'm like, well, it is all over the job listings. Lol, it's rumored that you know React. React is like Vue for that Hinge. All your jobs interview are based in React and you weren't even seeking it. Wow. Picked up pretty quickly, it's not that confusing. Dan, welcome. How are you? Let's do it, Bull. We should talk about this on like Twitter or something, or Whispers or something. I'm ready. You must grow the channel points. Look. I don't know, whatever you're doing. We're on a break though, we're on the half-an-hour break actually. Apparently I'm doing a really shitty British accent, which is also a Kiwi accent and an Aussie accent. Really well, Storm. Alright, see you, Bull. Thanks for hanging out and for the raid. Teaching coding is fun. Oh, interesting. What makes you say that? You can still earn channel points in the break, that's true. Is the music playing? It is. That's fantastic. See you, Bull. He missed a 0. 500! Well, I'm glad you are born. I think if I got that old, I would just want to die, actually. Like, people hit 100 and they're like, ah, fuck this, you know? But do you think they would be like that if their bodies didn't break down? Or we, I guess I could say we. It's how Scripty can be 40 years old with 50 years of experience. He's charging his bike battery. Charge! Wow. Yeah, it's an electric bike because we live up like 5 million hills. Welcome, JM. What's up? What's up? I can't say words. Up. 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 Wingardium Leviosa. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Honestly, I can't remember the rest of the quote. Good morning, Peter. Alright, Peter, they say that my accent is a mixture of British, Aussie, and Kiwi. What do you think? It's the handler, Born. It's the handler. Don't forget it. The hobbits are going to Isengard. The hobbits are going to Isengard. Wrong film. The Hamlet. The handler. Well, I'm trying really hard. Apparently it's not the best, but I'm trying hard. Apparently I'm just shit at accents. I used to like pride myself on it as well. So it's kind of embarrassing that I'm so bad at it. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Watched Pirates of the Caribbean yesterday. All you can think is, I have a jar of dirt song. I can't remember that song, but I remember the jar of dirt. Crumpets of biscuits. Without spoilers, is the Obi-Wan Kenobi series good? It's fine. They made it for Star Wars fans, but also for children. So, yeah. It does, Born. It does. It's a fantastic song. You chime in with some Scottish. Your Scottish accent is amazing, and I say that as someone who really hasn't heard it very much, but I cannot do it. Hot take, Star Wars fans are children. I haven't watched Boba Fett. Is that worth it? So it's shit. It's not shit, it's just disappointing. Because there's like so much riding on Obi-Wan, you know? But if you're like a Star Wars fan, I would probably watch it. It's not shit. It's not shit. I'm trying to think of what was that I watched recently. I can't think of anything, but it's not shit. I can't think of anything. Star Wars is King Arthur in space, told poorly. I've not seen King Arthur. You didn't care for Boba Fett? Alright. Worth watching or no? What's this? There we go, wait a second. Stupid mouse. Oh my god. Talking frog convinces his son to kill his dad. Drug-addicted girl takes advantage of mentally challenged boy for 3 decades. Oh my god. Grumpy emo chick ponders whether to shag a corpse or her doggers. Over several years. That's so funny. Group spends 9 hours returning jewelry. A guy that's alone in the forest kisses a dead body while 7 other guys watch. Leonardo DiCaprio wanders a frozen wasteland in search of an Oscar. Lol. A boy spends 7 years being a third wheel. Girl wakes up to a stranger on top of her in a bed, but it's cool because he's hot. Woof. The actual story? Stockholm Syndrome works. True. This is something I've thought. I'm like, why is this such a popular story? This is Stockholm Syndrome. Like, seriously. Knows this guy has an unhealthy obsession with a teenage boy. True, though. A family's first Airbnb experience goes very wrong. I haven't seen this one, but I know vaguely of it. A guy learns to love a girl without her Instagram filters. Kid comes out of the closet. Oh, that was just fantastic. What's the link to this? Here we go, wait a second. Like to see Star Wars at a general, the movie was fun spectacle to sea level. I'm like not like crazy like into Star Wars, but I don't know. Why is the room always gone? There's one that I have memorized, and it's between Obama and Mitt Romney. We haven't ever watched that one on stream. Maybe we'll watch that one because I legitimately have it memorized. So Obama. Can't listen to it right now, I think, because is it song?
You know, the hot tub is cool now.
But they poisoned it.
I know, right?
I know.
Sing me some harmonies. It's a small picture in a shop somewhere, and I know who it is. It's Mormon Judy and cow people.
A little pitchy, but good stuff.
Governor Romney's black. I think black can be judged. How do I do this?
Dude, I don't have a jet ski. Not the kind you're talking about. Plus, everyone can see that I'm not black. I mean, this isn't scientific stuff. I heard there's not gonna be a test. But I mean, I do want you to support me and be my man.
That's beautiful.
I know he's black.
Ahmed, how did you know about whodunit in the lounge?
I didn't know.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, well, they started clapping for the mad cow until someone sold him. And then when he died, they had him stuffed like that water buffalo. Stuffed.
That dude's the sickest. We hate him because he had eggs for a bath. Gonna throw up tonight.
But if you throw up, then it's as a jealous woman.
In horrible weather, I sneeze and I just lose the puppets. I'm thinking Governor Romney won't do that, okay? And this has gotten me thinking. I see a purple idiot. Speaks German with a big, spunky Irish Labradoodle puppy.
Oh, he got me. And I want you to feel bad because I've got funny radiation coming up on my desk.
Come on, I'm not a
too
robot,
much.
okay? I wish. Then I could go higher and you could rotate my arm and send me whooshing into space. Can you hear me?
Now, Matt, shush, because the sofa bears don't know. Go right off, and I'll defeat 17 bears while you're gone. But first, I want you two to turn and look at each other. Yeah. Oh, now that's nice. Just stare deeply into each other's eyes. Yeah. Good. Now say the first thing that pops into your brain.
I don't want to touch sandpaper.
I like the whiz.
Okay, all right. Now I want to try something. What do we go? Let's go. Yeah, okay, good. That's what I want you to do. Now follow my lead. I'm jumping in a pimento shower. I wanted the music first. In the tragic square of the Fresh Prince, there went a perfect brown baby. The guards can see we're all out of weapons, no machetes. Lotion, raw bruises. Lotion, raw bruises. Drink or sip, a wench at our hotel. Wolf government anchovies, when they laugh at you, you'll drown. Eye of the sparrow, this girl slipped on my arrow. I love you too, okay? I want you to turn and look at me. Ahmed?
Yeah.
Okay, puppy
he's
six to
asleep.
follow.
Oh,
It's party time, chumps.
Wolf, government, anchovies, they laugh at them and drown. Eye of the sparrow, the girl slipped on my arrow. No. I really do have most of that memorized. Like, some of it's made it into my vernacular, and so I'll be like, if someone's like, yeah, this person's really great, I'll be like, that dude's the sickest. We hate him. And people are just like, what? Oh, Ahmed, how did you know who done it in the lounge? Well, I didn't know. Oh, they started clapping for the mad cow until somebody stole him. Then they had him stuffed like that water buffalo. Stuffed. Tucker, this is bad lip reading. So, like, lip reading, you know, if Obama and Romney's one of their debates or whatever. Yeah, same, Born. I don't love... I want people to know the vernacular because I think it's hilarious. The most bad lip reading. Alright. Do we stop or do we watch the Hunger Games ones? The Hunger Game one. Hunger Games 1. Oh my god, that was so hard to say. That dude's the sickest. We hate him because he had eggs for a bath. Gonna throw up tonight. But if you throw up, then it's as a jealous woman. Cold weather, I just sneeze and I lose the puppets. I'm thinking Governor Romney won't do that okay. Hunger Games, alright. Dom said something, so we're doing it. You cow sack. Mom's with this evil grudge in me, and you know you want to go dance with me. That's what it says, if you're wondering, like, what the fuck.
What did you do? It reeks. It's like a hot foot forest.
Oh, well, I got the squirts. You know, we make fudge puddles.
My bad. Didn't need the visual.
It's horrific.
Forget it.
I got a purse.
You don't even like it.
I do. Everyone thinks I
Well, I'm
don't.
buying you a new one. An extra milk.
But I have milk.
You're the one that chokes on water.
Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo. Do something fruity.
No, thank you.
Well, then, can I do it?
Gross, you're drunk.
And just so you know, do you remember how you can redeem, like, hydration and it says drank? That is from this video.
Maybe, but who's stopping us?
Your dad?
Your dad?
Yeah, right.
You cow sack! Your dog spit this evil grunge at me. You know you want to go dance with me.
Hey, come on now. Hey, tuna
Here
flavor.
comes the
I'm
drank.
the queen.
Not, you're too excitable. Drank. Yeah, he's so right. Now, hey, Joe. What? Who's Joe?
Okay, wait. You're not Joe? I thought he was Joe.
Codfish Joe.
Remember Bob the human? He hurt me. And bombed Josie Seeger's 10 speed.
Can it, you little liar.
No, he barfed on a sailor like a pig, and the police ate Timothy.
Every night, I want you to hold Marvin the cat. He's not a real cat. Will you text me?
I don't want you to text me.
You're stupid.
You're dumb.
Okay. Well, whose father's on crack?
Poor little hoe right there. You went out with Brian. Well, he's mine. And now I'm loco crazy. You stink.
Yay, a goat.
Give me a good time. Please? And that's how babies grow?
Gotta be kidding.
It's not.
Face it, you're the devil.
No.
Well, whose father's on crack? Drank. Yeah, he's so right. Wait, Joe, who's Joe? You're not Joe? He's Codfish Joe! Hey, Godspeed, Cookie, XB. Thanks for follows. Oh my god. I really enjoy those videos very much. And I think Doomed is my favorite one out of all of them, but I will not subject us to Doomed again unless you want it. And in which case I'm like so happy to subject us to Doomed. I think that one's so funny. Well, that was freaking gross. But then again, there is something to it. Oh my god. What's the timer for? Keeping us on track, so it's a Pomodoro timer. So we do 30 minutes on, 5 minutes off, and then after we do 4 30-minute sessions, we have a 30-minute break, which is what we're on right now. Drink, drink, go sip, sip, opens at a hotel of government, enjoys and laugh and will drown. Eye of the sparrow, this girl slipped on my arrow. Highlight book, did you just come in and miss all of the fun videos? We flip ourselves over every 25 minutes so we bake in the knowledge evenly. Is that an allegory? Allegories. Y'all, when y'all made me drink in the middle of that, I almost like spit on the computer. I was laughing. Ow. My head. Drink, drink, or sip, sip, and hotel. Okay, I'll stop. Stopped. Have y'all played Ori and the Will of the Wisps? Rufio has ears. Shh, don't tell anyone. Wrong. It's a secret. I did, Born, because Ruth, I can say words. Ruth is my given name, but it sounds so old. And in college I went by Ruthie, and I just like, it feels weird. I have Ruth everywhere, like professionally, because like it's professional, but I just, so I just, it's so old. So, yes. My full name, Ruthenium. I think it's Rutherford DM. It is a really gorgeous game. Have you finished it, Dan? Ruth is fine, but I don't like it. Like, it is fine, and if you call me Ruth or you call me Ruthie, my brain really won't make a mental distinction, but at the same time, it's like, but Ruth is old. Exactly, Pink Star. The only people named Ruth are me and like 5 million 80-year-old women. Oh, really, Chris? You finished the first game, but not the second one? Bertha, nice. Agnes, Bernice. They're definitely worse names than Ruth. I don't love Ruth. It's weird because I've started like identifying more with Rufio than my actual name, which is weird. Is that weird? Ori really does get the emotions flowing. Dolores. Grandma named Candy. Jason Bourne is a name. Hence the username, right? You can change it, you know. But also that's hard. But I get that. Do you ever feel like your name, you just like it is your name, but you're like, but also like this doesn't fit. Like this just feels weird. I don't know. You know? 9 letters? Whoa. The entirety of my name is 8 letters long. I don't have a middle name or anything. Well, I'm happy for you, Cookie. Yeah, but how would your parents know, Born? Pink Star, my mom named me after her grandma, who she loved. And so I'll be like, I don't love this name. She'll be like, it was my grandma's name. And I'm like, yes, and I never met the woman. I have no emotional connection to her, so. What do you look like to us? I don't know. Fully embrace Dan. I changed all the credit cards. You could go by Jason. Do that. A dynasty character? Is that like a video game? Sebastian? So, not only am I named after like this, my great grandma, but like there's this weird culture in my mom's family where they have like this weird like worship of her. Like that lady was like the sickest. That's a quote. We just watched that video, remember? Like, my God, she was fantastic. And because she was fantastic and her name was Ruth and my name is Ruth, I have these weird relatives that I don't know that are like, oh my God, Ruth, I love you. And I'm like, I don't know you. They're like, come to my parties and shit. I'm like, I don't know you. And they're like, you look just like her. And I'm like, okay, all right. So I've come like to terms with like people being like, oh my God, Ruth, like my grandma. And I'm like, okay, it's fine, whatever, I guess. Doesn't work with your last name. Can't remember your last name. McCrory? Jason McCrory? Yeah, it does. Sickest in a good way? Yeah, for them. What if I was born and carefully raised just to be a vessel for ancient grandma's reincarnated spirit? Maybe. Which would justify my coolness, but also I hear she and I are very different. Like she was... Are you experiencing any elderly grandma energies like wearing a cardigan? I am a celebrity in the family. It's weird. It's weird. What's weird about it is like I remember being 10 and I had like this, I don't even know how he's related to me, but I call him Uncle Garth. And like he like took me to this like party and like was hugging me the entire time. I do not like being touched, especially by people that I don't know. And I was just like, oh my God, like why is this happening to me? Like I can't even remember how long it was. It was like an eternity in my brain and I was just like, why is this happening to me? I don't know your goddamn grandma. Okay, sorry. I just had to rant. Let's do this. He's very special, and he keeps inviting me to go places. And I'm just like, I don't like you though. Uncle Cartrama sucks, man. If y'all met this man, I would not wish that upon anyone, actually. Radio. See, I was totally raised to be like as polite as possible. So like I've like went through the 4-hour ordeal with my Uncle Garth where I was hugged to his side the whole time. And I was like, but I'm being nice. That's what my mom wants. That is not how those things should go. You know what I'm saying? That is not how those things should go. I'm gonna make this small. Move it over to the side. See, Born, I don't have a middle name. Okay, so. You miss Uncle Garth's story, was it good? I don't know. Disney has a catchy song called Mother Knows Best. How else can children decide? Definitely. I don't have a middle name. My entire name is 8 letters long. Ruth Reed, that's it. That's literally it. Do you like it more than your actual name, Pink Star? Okay, so we were doing something with like the parent container here and we wanted everything to fit. For reference, we are trying to make this and we're using Grid to do it. Oh my, it's Rufio. Yeah, it is. Got a superhero alliteration. Yeah, I also was in swim team and so whenever they would announce me, they'd be like, next up is Ruth Reed. And I was like, please stop. But they did it every time. 2 middle names. Wow. Meadow's middle name was Ruth, as was your grandma. Everyone called your mom Baby Ruth. That's cute. That's cute. I actually think Ruthie is a cute name. Like, I think that's cute. But I also don't feel like it fits me. I don't know. Names are weird. Anyway, let's do this thing. 2 last names too? Whoa. What would I call myself? I don't know. I haven't. I like Rufio, but I wouldn't like want to call myself that as my actual name. But I don't feel like I found a name that I'm like, wow, that feels like me. Ew, I don't want the name Lauren. Ew. That's my cousin's name. But like, I don't know. I don't need a new name. Let's call me Rufio for now, I guess. Cindy. Great. New name Cindy, y'all. Steel Macaw. Yo. That's my wrestling name. Candy. Brilliant. Stacy Pomodoro. Y'all are really good at this. I love all of these songs names so much, and I want them all to be my name actually. No one wants to be a Candy, but everyone wants to be a Cindy or a Janet, Sheila, Stacy. Oh yeah. Okay, so we're trying to fit all of this. And we were doing it by making like the parent container bigger or more something. I don't know. Welcome work. I think we were supposed to do the about section too. Like about and this is the about. Oh, this doesn't even have about on it. Okay. Class about. Contact. I don't know if I have contact as a class yet. There it is. There we go. Beautiful. Gartha. Great. I would love to be named after my Uncle Garth. Darlene. Uncle Garth. Aunt Gartha. Darla. Leona. I don't think so, Felix. We did in r/plays or r/plays. I don't know. So, those all look fantastic because of course they do. But this section is this big and we want it all to fit in like that. So how do we do that? I think Lark is gone. Lark, are you gone? Stop. Okay. We are back. Welcome back, Boulder. Darla. Daria? Daria is better than Darla. Whoa, how did I see Daria and not Darla? Alright. Meg the Stallion. Okay, so we're using grid. Okay, y'all, we just gotta clean things up just a little bit. There we go. So this is what we have so far. We have display flex for the entire work section. And then within the grid container we have display grid. We have 2 columns. We tried to justify center. That didn't work. We have a grid column gap, which actually I can see now, so that's cool. What if we did grid row grab? Okay, strike things to follow. So I think that did something. I just can't really tell what it was. I just want them to all like fit inside of their containers. Hey, thanks, Krugall. Thanks for hanging out. Does it have layout for min width of 320? We don't have any, what's it called? We don't have, I don't think we have any, yeah, media queries. So, like, I know the container, like, we have, like, the work container, you know? I think that's the container I need to work with. So we have all of that, right? And we have the work section, then we have the grid container, and then within it, it has all of these. But there's no David Bowie born. Wait, why in the code, not in the code? There you go. This is the container we're working with. And Lark was saying, someone who was up in here earlier, was saying that the height should be based on the content as opposed to 100 VH. So we took it out at us. We took it out. Oh god, don't put Kanye in a king role. Don't do it. Kanye, no. I can't imagine it. It's not a good no. Right, but how am I supposed to make it so these little pictures and their words beneath them fit into like... So its height is 2 rem, which I actually said, so... There, that's... Oh, that would make sense why it looks so weird. But now it doesn't fit in the overall... Okay, never mind. It does fit in the overall container. But it looks weird. Bad Kanye sprays water. Con no. This is the smallest width. I am running Windows 11. I'm weird? Well, we knew that. But I want it to look like this. And it doesn't look like that. It's kind of close. Maybe I just make the words smaller? I don't know. What size is that Figma mockup? 360. And this is something. This is the smallest viewport they have. So this is 375. But I don't... The problem is I don't want to grab specific ones in general, you know, like, that makes sense to me. But, like, what if I can't... Hey, Vlad and Strike, thank you for the follows. What if, like, I'm just putting in pictures? Do I have to, like, manually do it for each, like, tall one? Work needs to move left, so all the work and all of these words are all in line with each other. So shouldn't it like, I don't know, like they all are in the same spot, you know? You know, it'd be cool. I don't know if we should do this. If like work started and as you scroll, it like comes with you and stays in the middle of the screen until the section ends. That would be cool, wouldn't it? Sticky? Oh. So that would be work H2. Position. Sticky. Kind of a funny word, isn't it? Uh-oh. But wait, it's not doing it. Okay, it has. Pour some honey on it. A padding right to vertical words. Wait, what do you mean, Lark? Kind of feeling the song. What about the H2s? For now, blood, I'm gonna be manually inputting them. After we get all fancy later, after the basics are done, it would be cool to like kind of make a CMS sort of thing where we could upload them, but for now that is not the case, so. Oh, I just finally understood what you said, Lark. Wow, that took me a long time. Like a long time. We have padding left. 0, 2 rem, 0, 4 rem. But now it looks weird, doesn't it? Or it doesn't? I guess it looks fine, maybe. I don't know. But these are running into the edge of the page now. Like that. Like 2. Hey, Pangeling, what's up? Still running into the edge of the page. But I want the vertical welcome. I like it. Aesthetic. Wandering, chillin', nice. Nice. Y'all, check out Pangeling's stream. Excuse me. We raided them once. It was a good time. They were doing Code Wars. So this sticky thing didn't work. Of course I do, Panzerlink. The work sections welcomes work and others should have horizontal padding. Well, their parent sections have them. What kind of pre-made meals do I buy? Not really any pizza sometimes, but nothing besides that. I eat cereal a lot. Is that a pre-made meal? Cinnamon toast. You got it. Damn straight I do. We could have the grid container have some padding on the right. Ooh, I like that. Nice. Fruit Loops are balanced meal. No, that's 2% shit. Why are you drinking 2%? Is it because you think you're fat? Nah, you could drink whole if you wanted to. So, like, you do, like... What's it like? Okay, but that didn't seem like it did anything either, though. Oh dear, what did I just do with my life? can't remember the exact quote. I'm chatting in line with hot babes. Hey Hellcat, thanks for the follow. I'm thinking I kind of want this, maybe. Maybe a little less. Less. Good. You're just jealous because I've been online chatting with hot babes all day. There you go. Doesn't freaking work. I could have told you that. It would be. Bad to your sense. God, I need to know the quotes better to that movie, but. My girl, what is her name? And Starla, there you go. So welcome back, Bull. How was the thing that you did that I forgot what it was? Grid, row. One, three? Well, that didn't do anything. Oh, I see, Bull. You think anyone wants a ran-out kiss to the face while I'm wearing these bad boys? Oh my god, it's so great. Okay, hold up. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. Okay. I don't think this is doing the thing that I want it to do. Think anyone thinking of it because I go home to Starlit Night. So great. I love that movie, but also I can only watch it like every 5 years, so. I don't understand. Nothing fits. Oh. I mean, I guess I can see how tall it is, but I just swish. Maybe they don't get descriptions. What do we think? Fuck descriptions, maybe? Coding for hand gestures. I had some text in my design. It was just a lot less. But I'm thinking maybe we don't want it. I'm thinking maybe yes. What to say? Wait a second. No, I don't know. I was thinking I could do a shortcut for that, but then I forgot what any of those would be. Y'all don't get descriptions. Sorry. Description list. All right. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Well, how can I make this one move up? Grid column? How am I supposed to pick by every 5th element though? Or am I supposed to go in and make classes for every 5th element or whatever? It hates me. Beautiful. Truly a work of art. You think I got to where I am today because I'm just like Peter Pan here? Break the twist, walk away. Oh my god. Or do I use like the nth child thing? I've never figured out the nth child thing. I probably use the nth child thing. Oh, you do use the nth child thing. Oh, Rufio. Oh, Rufio. Hey, Selka, thanks for follow. Grid item. Nth child. 5n? Oh my god, I hate it. Wait, how do I do the nth child? Oh, thank you. Like that? No. Oh, I see what you're saying. Thank you. I know how to use nth child. What? She doesn't. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. You have to say the N? Doesn't look like it. I don't have to, it seems like. Wait. Did it just turn the other way? No, it didn't. Spoiler, she doesn't. I don't, Dan, which is why I'm like, I don't know. I just want this to move up and everything to fit and us all to be happy. I think that looks the same as how it did before, doesn't it? Or no? Okay, no, it didn't. Like that. But how do I make this one move up? I can't, I'm doomed. I guess I just need another one to fill in the spot. Well, I don't know how to do what I'm trying to do. It is looking a lot better, though. Everything in CSS is slippery slow. Wait, what number are we looking for? We can do different numbers. 4? Oh, well, it seemed like 5 was a better number, actually. What am I... Okay, thank you. I love being interrupted. What am I asking? I need it. Don't like this gap. It makes me mad. So I don't know if like that's a question. Okay. Is my first item in that column set to span 2 rows? No. I had that briefly, but then got rid of it. What element are we inspecting? How do you put this down the large grid? I can't say the word grid. Grid items though. I don't know. Oh, so it is getting bigger. Excuse me, what the fuck? Nunchuck skills, bow hunting skills, computer hacking skills. Girls want boyfriends who have great skills. So it's definitely taking 2, but it's not any styling I've applied, it looks like. We're supposed to be taking a break. We are. Away from the screen. I don't know how long that was, but grid item large class. Oh, so I have to like deliberately go in and pick all the ones that are big then. Okay. Okay. Better obviously is protect. Get that cone out of my face. So, did I tell the story already? My cousin named her son Ramsey. And I was like, yo, Corey, you named your kid Ramsey? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, Ramsey's #1 is just the world people. I can't even know the words, but on fire. And she was just like, and then that was like, okay, all right. Hey, Edas, thanks for your help. See you tomorrow. She didn't appreciate it, and it was just like, woman, you named your son Ramsey. You named your son Ramsey. Wait, is that a quote from it? I don't remember. What part is that in, Thirsty? It's a good song. Also, Encarnacion. Encarnacion. Ace and bubs. I ate some grass. I used my hand to wipe my tears, to kiss your mouth, a breakaway vow. No, 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 no way, Jose. Unless you want to, then we'll break our vows together. Ah, there you go. Ramsey's #1. He puts the people all on fire. A data source for this. Other people use it. Some people want all small items, so I'll mix in large ones at different intervals. It won't always be the 5th, unless you're trying to mandate that the large ones will always be the 5th for aesthetic reasons. Unrelated, Ramsey Bolton's a great character, but maybe not the image you'd want for your song. You and I are one mind, apparently, born. Kip and Uncle Pierre are sitting outside the grandma's house. Would you like to join me in some quarters? My quarters? For some toast? So tell me, who is this? I can't remember her name. What's her name? Who is this character name? Well, my favorite color is light tan. And my favorite animal are puppies. Oh my god. Everything you just said is my favorite thing to do. I believe in science. I told you, I spent with my Uncle Leska hunting Wolverine. Oh my god. I think we're at a 5-minute break. Dora, we get a little sidetracked. Okay, I understand the logic of what Rolly was saying. Oh, wow, 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 Jeff. Whoa, wow, 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 wow. So I have to say to that. Okay. So we could say grid item large. It hates it. And then we would have to go through and see which ones.
Hello?
Scary child in the song. Hello? See, that manages nucleus. Oh my god. Okay, actually I can tell. Finished crow pattern. So this one should be I don't know if there's a space between these two. I don't think there is. Oh, that's not what I meant. I just want to do one space. Oh yeah, I don't know. It's going okay, Owen. This is not Tailwind. We're trying to make this more like accessible for like people who haven't gotten into things like Tailwind yet. So now this is pure CSS and HTML. Oh my god. Stop it. Don't want a weird gap. Okay, but I think I fucked up somewhere. What is happening? Yeah, it's because they're all okay. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Alright. How do we feel about this? How do we feel about this? It's interesting. Definitely. Like it all fitting side by side. Who is this Rosie? Well, my favorite color is blue. And I really like birds. I'm already way more of an interesting person than she is. Rival chooser starter based on what you choose. One will check if you have enough badges to battle Elite 4. One is a Mad Lib. Are you building all these like right now or like what? That's awesome, but like wow wow wow. This project takes taking me forever, so good for me. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What do we think about this? Is it weird? Or is it like, okay, I guess we could have it look like this. I still haven't made it so this like stays in one place while I'm going down though. How did you find me in the wilderness? I saw you from the village. Points 10 feet away. Hola, Nacho! Oh, they're very simple. Apparently this one is 2 in theory, maybe. Could be. Hold up. Position fixed, not sticky. Wait, sticky or fixed? Wow. Not okay, fine. I understand. Be that way, damn it. Ugh. But it doesn't stay. But that one doesn't do it either. Oh wait, it kind of did. Wait. Trying to figure out the logic of this. So when you scroll down, it hits the top. Okay, I see. And then it goes to the bottom. Okay, okay, okay. I think I understand. Aren't I supposed to be editing the H2 in work or no? Sometimes not. Or sometimes, Chancho, when you are a man, you like to wear stretchy pants. In your room. Okay, I see. This is something I didn't know about. Is that weird? Is this section done? Because we would just, in theory, like, plug in the rest of those, right? And it would be good. Wow, wow. Interesting, though, when we do this, it, like, cuts off the top one. It doesn't move to right here. Ouch. The problem with the previous layout was harder to use. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I know it doesn't look all mosaic-y, and you're right. But also, I don't know how to do it better. We could make every, like, vertical one a fifth element and then go every 5, but, like, I don't know. Hug, hug, kiss, kiss. Hug, hug, big kiss. Little hug. Kiss, kiss, little kiss. I don't understand why all, like, why didn't one go here and why didn't one go there, you know? Why didn't they do that? Oh, there we go. How about that? Better? And then what if we literally have to alternate them? Wow, wow. I'm getting the hang of this shit. It's not for a client. It's for y'all. They think I do not know about no crap about the gospel, but I do. Hey, Rosquero, thanks for the follow. I think we have to alternate it or something. Which is fine, it's just tactical or something. Pattern finished. I like that. Okay, now we have to do a dangerous thing. Make the window bigger. Oh my god. So that's no. Wow. You wanted to see the detail? There it is. So that's a problem. This is looking nice though. I guess, like, do we put in a media query where at like a certain like width it goes to more rows? What do we think? Because I feel like we said we were like against media queries. Are we? Like it like So it's like this. At like, I don't know, like 427. Or I don't know. Responsive! What's a little? Why are we against media queries? I can't remember. What's wrong with the margins? What's wrong with the margins? Clamp? Wait, what's clamp? Are they? I swear I'm like a detail-oriented person, but I look at this, I'm like, looks fine to me. Okay, we'll fix it. Top margins are wider than the side margins? Yeah, that's okay. Right? But why do I want to decrease top margins? I like this space. When a min and max really love each other, clamp. Let's do a min width, max width, and normal width. Wait, how do you use it? Okay, boy. How to use clamp? I see, making me work for it. The clamp, CSS function, font size clamp. Selecting a middle value within a range of values between a defined minimum and maximum. It takes 3 parameters: min, preferred, maximum allowed. Min val max. So I don't, what would I be doing with that? Because I want this to change into different like amounts of rows. So how does clamp work with that? Or columns, sorry. Oh, I see. I mean, like, I'll use it, but is it what I would be using? Like, to make this turn into a different, like, amount of columns? Well, that's what we're learning. We're learning, Born. Oh. Wait. But the overall container uses flex. Why do responsive websites have to be so complicated? That's what I want to know. Hey, guitar guy. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. It's nice to have a community when you're learning to code. Yeah, it's cool, I guess. I haven't listened to the podcast. Well, what's the issue, Jeff? We could do it like at 8:10 and change how it looks at 8:10. But it's pretty big right here as well. And that's okay, but maybe 600? Display flex, but it's defaulting to column? That's weird. I mean, flex direction row if you want to stop that, but it's weird this. Oh. When you call flex direction row, it does nothing. That is really weird. Try to turn it off. Guitar guy, this is what we're making. It's like a art portfolio website for cards that y'all can redeem in the channel. This one I feel like actually looks a little better. Maybe we want a little bit more space. Grid gap wise. Like that. Oops. What was the thing with the words beneath the pic? Like the top? This? I'm using just HTML and CSS, yes. Wait, you think the wireframe looks good? This? Yeah, this is Eridan. I drew this. I'm very prideful of it. Proud is a better word. There you go. Wait a second. I drew it. There I go. Eredin. Eridan. Thanks, Derva. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So clearly, being the coolest one, that's what we picked for the picture. We said that this picture gets big to a certain point. What did we do to do that? I can't remember. Image. Oh, we did max width. Wraith King? I don't know that one. He is technically a wraith, I guess. Oh yeah, I could see that. Except he looks cooler than this Wraith King guy. Critical on Brennan Mulligan's group? I don't know either of those things. What are they? I know D&D vaguely. Vaguely. What's okay? I understand. Well, okay. Maybe 500 pixels is a little bit too much. Oh, interesting. Very interesting, and not in a good way. Let's not do that, I guess. Is 100 devs helping people with knowledge to get part jobs, or no? It's helping people get full-time jobs. We've gotten over 100 jobs through that program people have. Oh, it is helping, yeah. How do you get a job in tech? There is a specific class, actually. Like, follow through and learn the stuff that Leon teaches, and then you can watch that video and this video. So those are specifically about the job hunt. It's not lying. Okay, but Born, what is the definition of a full stack developer? Yeah, no problem. Creative license is the definition? Fuck yes, Gandhi. Those who say that doing that sort of thing doesn't make you a full stack dev, I want to hear the definition people are using. What is the definition? Someone who can do full stack developing. Okay, but what does it mean to be able to do it? I think Leon's definition is if you can, like, to a certain extent, make full stack apps. Which if you followed along in class, you can. You did. Takes a while to get good at it, but... And you can't do that full stack, you would learn. So if you do mechanic and you don't know 100% everything, you should not call yourself a mechanic. There you go. Yeah, no, if you know a little bit and you work on cars or whatever, if you work on cars or whatever and your title's mechanic, I think you're a mechanic. If you work on code or whatever and your title is full stack developer, I think you're full stack developer. Fuck yes, Connie. If you can put gas in a car, no, because you're not working as a mechanic. I think it's like the literal qualification. Like, I think if you are hobby, like, it's okay. Definition is more than the average person. So sure, everyone can write a line of HTML, but if you are doing a lot more than that, I think that qualifies you. If you are putting gas into your car, you're not a mechanic. But if you're like trying to figure out what the fuck's happening with your engine, there you go. You're a mechanic. Why aren't you a software engineer though? Like, if you build websites out of the ass, that's literally the I mean, not that exact definition, but that's the definition of software engineer. Are you coding? Are you coding a lot? You're a fucking software engineer. You change a light bulb, you're not an electrician, but you missed my entire point just barely. If you do one thing, yeah, okay, you're not an electrician, you're not a mechanic, you're not a software engineer. You do a lot of it, you are. I have done electrician work by putting wires through walls and shit or whatever. I know a lot of electrician stuff. I wouldn't call myself an electrician because I don't do it regularly. Consistency as well. Like, how often do you do it, you know? But I don't see why that's not a good definition, scammer. If you can fix a machine, why shouldn't you be a mechanic? And I think, again, a part of it is like the consistency. How often are you fixing machines? Proficiency isn't required for the title. You can be a bad developer, true. You know how to fix an engine, great. If you don't know how to fix it, but you find the way how to fix it, then you're also a mechanic. Yeah, why not? Software engineer, a person who solves problems with building software because there's no other legal requirement. There you go. There you go. Do you solve problems with building software? Software engineer. Anyone can be a software engineer. There's a difference between a software engineer and a professional software engineer. Sure, but like I don't think gatekeeping helps anything. Oh, you know, you don't write enough code. You haven't gotten the full-time job as a software engineer, so sorry, you're not a real one. You're not a professional one. Bullshit. Like, why? How does it literally benefit anyone to gatekeep? Yeah, but is professional used as a way to be like, but those are actually the legit people? Because that's gatekeeping. If you're saying, oh, if you're employed as a software engineer, then okay, you're a professional software engineer. Okay, so? Can do everything better in life. There's infinitive, which is perfection. We never reach perfection. Yeah, you can't be like, oh, if you do this much, you know, like, then you are a software engineer. Then you are a mechanic, you know? Yeah, and like if you're doing freelancing, does that make you a professional software engineer? Code can always be better, yeah. That's true, Born, but like, so? I don't know. I don't think like the professional distinction makes a difference, honestly. I understand that, scammer. But why make the distinction? What is like the purpose of that though? In the workforce, you don't think you can fully develop a full stack app, but you do solve the problems like you've been assigned to. There you go. We're not getting on you, scammer. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's so hard to get into tech that when you like add further like gatekeeping requirements, it's like, okay, why is anyone even fucking trying? Because apparently I can't be a real software dev if I don't XYZ, and that's not what you're saying, but that is what a lot of people say, you know? Maybe Born, but I think it's more about the skill level. Like, say for example, you are a great guitar player. Well, you don't normally play for money, but if you went to a bar and you're like, yo, here is my skill level, guitar playing, blah, 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 can I do a gig? They probably say yes. Your skill level, right? What was the original question? I don't know. I think Born was saying that they don't think they're a software engineer because they can't develop full stack apps. And so we started talking about the definition of software engineering, and then the definition of being a mechanic, and then the definition of professional software engineering versus regular software engineering, and, you know, etc. You can get the worst guitar player in the world a paid gig? Wow. Recently found out about Leon. Okay, wait. Shh. But he's the same attitude as mine. He's the guy who tells you can do it in your opinions if you really love it, and you can do it if you really love it and want that. And even if you don't, guess what? I don't like coding. I don't do it for fun. I'm not like, oh my god, this is so amazing, you know? But that doesn't matter. I don't need to like be like, oh my god, this is so amazing. I just need to learn it and then get a job in it. So, okay? You know, like, you don't need to love it. Avoid to clearly define things that don't have clearly defined definitions. Okay, but like, yes, but at the same time, when people say, well, you're like not quite like a software engineer, they do have a predefined definition in mind. So if you just, that's how you successfully argue with people, and argue not as in like, you bitch, no, not like that, like logically argue. You have to define your terms, and once you define your terms, then you can have an argument on the way, like you can have like an argument because you both know what you're arguing, you know? So like if they're saying stuff like that, they have a definition already, whether you're setting it or not. When someone is good and when someone is bad, that's objective. So who's to say to someone else that they're good? That's true. I mean, that's true. Well, wait. No, wait a second. When someone is good and when someone's bad, that's objective or subjective? As long as there's no certification license for the profession, the definition will be largely subjective. It's about skill, which is why we have portfolios and technical interviews. At what point do you agree to you are a software engineer? A job is supposed to determine that. You get paid and you don't know everything, and you're not expected to know everything. As long as you have the desire to keep learning, it's what matters. I have opinions, but it's not based on much. What I'm saying is to agree to sometimes before I start arguing. Yeah. Because, like, how many arguments have you had where you've argued something against someone and y'all are just, like, never coming to, like, any sort of conclusion to the argument, and then you realize, guess what, you weren't even arguing about the same shit the whole time, you know? How has the job search been going? Remember, I was trying to network with some people at some companies hiring a week or so ago. Well, I talked to Boba Lady, and her profile said that like her job was hiring, and she was like, well, to be completely honest with you, we aren't looking for juniors, but like I'll keep an eye out. I'll give in your resume, even though they told me that they weren't looking for juniors. So there's that. And then I got a take home last week that I need to finish by Thursday, and I got some of it done, but it's not all done. So beyond that, like, I swear I don't like do anything unless y'all are watching me do it. I haven't done more. Making websites, you're a software engineer working on web dev. There's not a true definition of software engineer. There are laws in the profession that you are literally not allowed to be called that title unless you have a master's degree. Or like a doctor's, whatever. We're not arguing, we're solving a problem we face. You know what? Like, yes, but I think the common vernacular, like, meaning of argument is like, if you're arguing, it's like, you fucking bitch, XYZQ, mad, anger, emotionally driven. You know, like, that's what people think. When I say argue, I'm talking about a logical argument. So it's like, you know, it's literally logic, or it's supposed to be. It's not like, it doesn't have that negative connotation per se. It's just like, okay, that's what happens when you go through like points and a conclusion, etc. So that's what I'm talking about. Does Katie and Robert hook up? Who knows? These topics are stupid to argue about because there are people who die on the hill of, you are a web developer, you are back end. Who gives a fuck? Not a junior? It's all subjective, right? Imagine you need to first learn all mechanic things, then get a job. You'd learn all your life and still would not learn all. That means you should get hired for a mechanic job and not be calling yourself a mechanic? XYZQ mad angry, yeah. Spice Dream only hot takes. You had a music dream for earlier but forgot what it was. You remembered you were helping out in a friend's music repair shop a couple years ago. Muse were doing a gig here. Next night, and an old roadie popped in with a guitar that was having electrical problems. Open the case, and there's a Matt Bellamy's guitar with a Chaos pad built in. Lovely thing to work on. Wow, that's exciting. I wonder how long it lasts, because he likes to, like, smash them. debating, yeah. It's like people who come in here and say, why not Tailwind, why not Rest, why not React most? You're a senior electrical engineer, you don't have the degrees, but you have time in the field. Other companies don't see it the same and gatekeep because you don't have them. That's dumb. People don't like JavaScript, it's not meant for certain things, it shouldn't be used for certain things, and using JavaScript for everything is an issue. You're not a junior in anything, you have too much work experience, you're an experienced professional, expand your skill set. Depends on tone, you know, you're curious as to why someone does or does not choose a technology. Professional equals regularly paid to provide services. Full stack typically refers to being able to work across many different subdomains of a software project, commonly divided as front-end, back-end, DevOps. To be full stack is to be a flexible problem solver for over many different types of software problems. Wow, Peter, I really like those. Thank you for like the concrete definitions. I like those. How would I describe my Figma or web design skills? I don't have any training or anything. I'm just like, this looks good, you know? And Figma was like, this seems to work. That's where they're at. You feel lost in this combo? I'm sorry. Look how many times you have people with university degrees with all those licensings, and then you have the person who doesn't have any of that and is smarter and better. Happens nowadays many times. True. Is it a full stack website from the Twitter poll? Yes. Well, it's not full stack. It's front end for now, dev. No, I like those definitions, Peter. And again, everyone's welcome here. It's just like, again, it is so hard to be a software engineer. It's just like gatekeeping, like, I don't know, it doesn't help anyone. Misconception of what computer science people don't go to college to learn how to code. And if you do, you're going for the wrong thing. You aren't going to code, you're going to learn how computers work, right? That makes sense. Coding is application of computer science, you go to learn the concepts. If you just want to learn to code, then don't go to college. Yeah, that makes sense. You have a good example of how your logic works. You've worked as a graphic designer for 20 years, but you're not a graphic artist. To you, they're different. Okay, what's the definition of each? Alright, see you, Tucker. Hey, noob coder, thanks for the follow. Artists can draw or create from scratch. You're good and rearranging Photoshop layout. But use the blurred lines to your advantage with people who don't know better. Okay, interesting. Good morning, noob. Well, it's interesting, like depending on what all of your definitions are. I don't consider myself an artist. And I think like we talked about the distinction between like a professional artist and like a regular artist or whatever, you know? I think my brain is like, oh, you know, you're not a professional artist, therefore you're not an artist. But I do draw. So, like, if someone draws, are they an artist? Probably. When it comes to seniority in the field, junior, intermediate, senior is so subjective that using years in the field aren't that great of signals of experience and ability. Oh, interesting. Thank you, Panslink. They're an artist, I'm an artist, and, you know, going off of my arguments for the other professions, yeah, I am. But I'm not a professional. Okay. Your high school art report card was along the line of lacks a basic drawing skill, not recommended for further study. Well, Janice, I only like playing with the clay anyway. Wow. Why do, and then, what did that, okay, so my grandpa was a abusive piece of shit. I never knew the man, but, holy, I hear stories about him and just, fuck that guy, fuck that guy. Abusive as hell to my dad. My dad grew up, and when he was little, he used to draw. And his dad was like, what the fuck are you doing? How dare you waste your time on that shit? Guess what? My dad stopped drawing. And I think that's so sad. It's like because someone was like said like, no, you can't or you shouldn't, you know, and he stopped. And it's just, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? You err on the side of using titles, artist, software engineer, etc. The not good enough voice in your head is a bigger problem than using a term prematurely. True. If making art makes you an artist, making websites makes you a software engineer. There you go. Personally, you'd call yourself a software engineer until you completely finish. You would not call yourself software engineer until you completely finish a couple years of work in the industry. Coding alone and software engineer are two separate things that people also don't understand. You've not drawn since? See, there you go. Like, what the fuck, Janice? Takes you a week to put a small front-end website together without using templates. You would like it to be shorter in time. What's a reasonable time you can expect for yourself? Well, you're asking me, and we've spent 15 hours on this, so I don't know if I'm the best person to ask that. I guess it depends on how many hours you put in a day, if you get any help from other people. It really is, Dan. So easy to code alone and not have to worry about anyone or anything else, but to work in a group setting, you have to worry about others and how someone has to read your code that you wrote, and that's an art. So anyone can write code, but can you write code that someone can understand or build off of? Okay, so Scammer, your definition of software engineering is writing code in a group setting with concern to other people and like architecture and stuff. This is at least 15 hours of work. You're artist too. You've done digital photorealism. Wow. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Would I learn the front end workflow from Figma to HTML, CSS? You've attempted to write websites from scratch, but it's way more difficult than you expect without any prototyping. Hey, Starbucks, do you know about 100 devs? Let me know. And if you don't, we'll talk about that. If you do, we'll talk about that as well. If you use a template, it gets so much faster. True. Like, I guess we are sidetracked, Born, but it's like, I don't know. Where's the teacher? Like, you gotta get back on your homework, bitch. Like, it's a free stream. If you look at master's level courses in software engineering, that's what you take classes in. You take classes in Scrum and workplace methodologies and how to work in a team, not how to code better. I mean, like, I see that, and if that is your definition of software engineering, then yeah, there are only a couple of us in here who are software engineers. But I don't think most people would agree to that definition. But I feel like at the same time, if it's about like how to work best in a team in a workplace, then like, I don't know, that's not explicitly software engineering. That's just like learning how to work in a workplace, you know? Yeah, Jeff. Software engineering extends beyond just code. It's about solving problems, and solving problems quickly is a problem in itself, particularly when trying to figure out how to effectively utilize the talents of a team. Software engineer is a person who applies the principles of software engineering to design, develop, maintain, test, and evaluate computer software. The term programmer is sometimes used as a synonym, but may lack connotations of engineering education or skills. Well, what are the principles of software engineering? Are you saying like the average coder wouldn't apply them? School teaches you theories, it's taking that knowledge and applying it, coding real applications. Software engineers solving problems between various systems. Okay, Flyboy. Talked with a company that builds websites for people. For one website, there's a group of 11 people, designers, back-end, front-end, back-end, SEO, marketing, so you wouldn't worry too much. That makes me feel better. See it from time to time, but you didn't catch the start of the cohort, and it's hard to catch up. Does he go over the front-end design workflow? He goes over making a website from scratch, but like Figma and whatnot, I just kind of opened up Figma and learned how to use it. I don't use it to its full abilities, you know? But like, he teaches you how to use HTML and CSS. I don't care what people decide to call themselves. It doesn't bother you like others. You agree if you gatekeep, it sucks, but it's important to notate the difference. You've taken whole-level courses on software engineering. And I understand that. Again, under that definition, maybe there are significantly less amount of us who are software engineers. Would you say every job that has software engineer in the title does that sort of thing? Or do you think some of them would technically just be like programming jobs? What's my usual Pomodoro? 30 minutes, 5-minute breaks. Learning the software development, lifecycle, methodologies, etc. That's software engineering. Like you said, anyone can learn to code, and that's cool, but it takes patience to code in a group setting and read with other people's code. Understandable. So, like, say if you're not someone, if you want to be employed as a software engineer, scammer, and you also, didn't go to formal, didn't get a CS degree, what do you think, what resources would you recommend to learn those sorts of things that would qualify you as a software engineer? Boot camps to get you the job, get you in the door. If you're gonna go beyond that, you should. True? Okay, so we still haven't figured out, I don't know, media queries, I don't know. This is iPhone 12 or 13. This is the Pro Max, looks fine. You work in a company that has about 300 devs, 50 are engineers, and of those are about 25 that are women. You don't feel like gatekeeping exists at your company. Okay. And how do you get better at that, Born? By doing the work. You can't if you say that, Born. I don't know. I mean, from what I understood, software engineering was just do you code a lot? Probably for your job. That was my definition. So, sucking at something is the first step to being sort of good at something. True. Sophia, thanks for the follow. And more than coding in a group environment, there's been amazing engineers that are terrible with people. It's about solving problems. So specifically problem solving. No, Born, you're not fucked. Contribute to open source, do other projects. Here's a question you can ask yourself. Do you think that what you do now would be different at a workplace? And if so, why would it be different? In your opinion, when you code by yourself, there's no Scrum. You aren't following a certain lifecycle or framework. You're just coding. That's true. I mean, when I code with all y'all, but we aren't using Scrum or whatever. I think the biggest difference would just be the type of thing I'm working on. Discussing the difference based on experience in the code base, engineering, solutions between various applications and other metrics. Okay. Mob coding for the win. If you're a firm believer in the law of assumption, if you believe, then you can't. Yeah. Software gods bless me to understand Java methods. Bathe me in your light. Well, you've come to the right stream because guess what? We're gods. Blessed. There you go. I know how to do stuff. What up, Vanilla? Gambling time? Y'all want to gamble? Blessed or damned? It's not damned. I just blessed. I just blessed. Double blessed. Like priestess of the where? I'm not a priestess. I'm a god. I'm a god. Say you're making a Twitch clone as a project and then you go work at Twitch. There'll be a huge difference from working by yourself on that Twitch clone and then working in a group setting. True. True. And the only way to get that experience is to get a job by coding. Which, if you don't call yourself a software engineer, you're probably not going to get the job, right? Bad mental health, if you don't say the mantras, you're fucked from the get-go. Same. You're full-time Python dev on a Java team. Wow. I'll check him out, Born. So we did want gambling? Firm, and so it will be. No gambling. Okay. What are you gambling for? I don't know. Points? I don't know. Let's make giggity, oh giggity good. Gods, giggity, the software, giggity, ready. Mantra to go. Brilliant. For baking. Basically saying working on small projects is different than working on large projects with a group of people. True, but also inherently obvious and not a reason to keep someone from using the title software engineer. Yeah, how would you fit in people who like make sites and apps by themselves? Work in a group environment and you still think half of those people talk shit, not because you can work in a group makes you good. I mean, there are the coding skills, and then there are the people skills, and then apparently there are also the software engineering skills. Okay. So, media. I forgot how to write a media query. That's cool. Can I say like, okay, I don't remember. I don't remember how to do it. I have to look it up. See a Panzerlink. There's little to no standardization of titles in the tech industry. There's any reason to debate over the meanings as a bike shedding exercise. Engineers exist before the title engineer did. Good evening, Bergie. Bergie. The issue that's getting you so heated on this fact is that if we're putting in the works, who gets to tell us that we aren't devs and engineers? At media screen, print, max width, that's what I say, max. Min width or max width? Everyone has a different definition of that title, and because of their experience, you've heard it all. All there's of a software engineer in your resume, only for the fact that it commands a salary premium on future jobs. See, that's again, like, if you don't call yourself a software engineer, how can you hope to get a software engineering job, you know? Hey, Dream. Thanks for the follow. So we do min width or max width? Min width? Okay, great. Thank you, Lark. more accurately describes what you want to do and want others to understand. You like Leon's default advice of just using software engineer. Don't limit yourself before you even apply. Find out your skill level and entries. Human who knows how to code. So I'm thinking, could we just like, this looks fine. So should we go to like an iPad next, or should I take into account like a smaller size than that? What do we think? That's how you write it. Oh, you do a space, maybe. There we go. So we want to say here that we're going to say grid template columns, and we're going to put 3. But it didn't do it, the little bitch. That was rude. Why isn't it doing it though? Fine. Be that way. What video? What's wrong with the video? I still have the max width? Well, I thought that's the width I... Oh, min. Okay. Thank you. But it's still not doing 3. What did I eat today? Cookies, potatoes, cake. My mom likes making sweet things, and I got a bunch of food from her, so they were sweet. Wait, it's giving me a little wiggly. It doesn't love it. So I wrote it wrong. I wrote it wrong? Screen and. Screen and? No. What am I gonna take on a coding Padawan? Mini Rufio. Wait, what do you mean there is no rule? I don't feel competent enough to like do that. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I see. Wait, no. What? I don't understand. There's... Oh my god, thank you. Wait. Wait. You're right. You just do like grid item within it, right? And then you put it in curly brackets, like nested? Like that? No. Grid container. Whoops. That was supposed to work, damn it. Template columns. Yeah, it's grid container. Uh-oh. I'm doing something wrong, and I'm not sure what it is. Oh, wait, no, it's... How did I forget how to use these? Review out. For real, for real, for real. That's exactly how it's supposed to be read. Uh-oh. Isn't that weird? I feel like this is weird. That I don't... Okay. I don't know. There it is. And I don't have to do that, but like my brain is like, what? What is this? But it's still not working, and where am I failing and why? Is it because I have no space here? Watch it. Oh, it totally is. No, it's not. Thank you. I appreciate that. But actually, like, why would this not be working? Does anybody know? Only 2, and we're at, oh, 790. Wait a second, wait a second. Ah, bless. Okay, I don't know how we got to 790, but maybe 4? There's a more succinct way to write that, and I can't remember what it is. Wow, 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 wow. I like it. Very big art. Wow, wow, wow. Gets pretty big and it
Wow,
gets...
wow, 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 wow.
Thank you. Exactly. But if we go from like Galaxy Note and then we go to iPad and then it looks great and then we go to, but I don't know, Escape. What do we think? Are those too big right here as it is right now in the web page? Should we make it smaller? Them smaller. We could make more rows too. What does VIP get you here? Nothing. Just good feelings, I guess. If you want them. I don't know. People redeem it and I don't know what to do with it. So. Sweet. Perfect price. You like the masonry, like the way it is right now, or like a different look? Go eat, Born. This is a good size, not too big. Dark red makes it pop, I think, yes. Burgundy. I feel like WordPress is amazing for building websites, stores, etc. Why are we not using it? I think we're not using any CMSs yet. Like we're not. Leon doesn't teach CMSs, but I don't think you can't use them. You know? Like I think you can. It's good to have like the basis skills or whatever, base skills. See you, Durva. Thanks for hanging. iPad. Really big, but hopefully no one's ever at this size. I mean, I guess we could make it like this size, like 674 or something. Wow, wow, wow. Wait a second, what happened? Oh, it just got thick. Makes sense, Dakota. Well, this is pretty nice-ish, probably. Likely. It is likely that it may be nice. So this is what we have so far. Wow, wow, wow. Art. Sorry, you don't get any descriptions, but you can just be like, wow. I mean, in theory, what if we made it so if you hovered over it, you could see like the name? And we do need to indicate somehow that these are like if we could gray it out if they're taken. Yeah, it is, Birdie. Oh, wait. Yeah, it is. I was like, where is he? Yeah, there it is. That's how you knew you drew someone well. People can be like, oh, is that actually this person? You're like, it is. Aw. Thanks, Dakota. I'm glad you love it. So what do we think? On hover, you see... like, it darkens a little and you can see what the name is. Or somehow we indicate that one is taken and it's darkened or something. Okay, to be fair, Grid was not hard. It was nice, actually. And I used this. Wow. Can't remember who gave that to me. Thank you for that person. I can't remember. Good for me. Those are beautiful. It actually is looking pretty good, I think. Now I just have to go through all of these damn cards I have and upload them. Darken with inner text seems like a plan. Okay. So that would be hover, I think. Hover, and then on hover, you make the text visible, I think. That sounds like logical, doesn't it? This is it. Hi, Wisconsin. What's up? Image hover. What was the difference between the double, whatever those are called? I mean, to be honest, I probably don't know either. I can't remember what it, like the opaque, sort of like adding opacity to it or something. How to add opacity to an image. Like that. Well, actually, I don't know. Oh, you just say opacity? 0.5 what? Oh, okay. Should we see it? What if it actually did the thing? Where's tree? It doesn't. Thank you. I appreciate that. Why not? I'm mad. That's the thing I wanted. I said on. I did say on hover. What did I do wrong? It's autosave. I can't remember the difference between those two, Scotty. Oh, this is wait a second. Yeah, no. How did we do it on my pet website? We did it on this one, and we did it on these pictures or whatever. Holy shit, look at me. Were we on a break? We were. Thank you, Rufio, for doing that to yourself. This is really special code, isn't it? What this looks like. What would this one do? If we said this. Nothing. Thank you. Maybe I'm not grabbing the right thing. Opacity 1. We used opacity. What is this? I don't think we're grabbing it. I think that's part of the problem somehow. All the styling has in it is width 100%. Wow, I fucked up or something. Oh, it's because they're completely opaque. Hey, Foodroid, thanks for the follow. That's the type of shit I want. Should just be opacity. Hey, Froja. Froja? Thanks for following. Opacity? 0.5. I would like it to work, please. Oh my god. Motherfucker. Dude. Hi. Oh, hi, Poor. What's the goal of this website? So if you look at my redemptions, you can redeem these arts that I make, and I wanted a place for people to be able to see them. And so that's what this is. It's like an art portfolio if you look at it, and so you can see all the art. I'm not viewing it in... I'm not thirsty. Hey Diana, thanks for the follow. A CSS Studio element is a keyword added to a selector that lets you style a specific part. Yeah, that's a good idea. Oops. We gotta bring in the lime. Uh-oh, it's not working. Grid items? Oh, I think you're right. Oh my god, I think you're right, actually. Thank you. I was going to that above picture. Thank you. Something was wrong and you found it. Bless. Grid items. Image. Hey SMG, thanks for the follow. No wonder it wasn't working. Pat, oh, grid item, image. .5, and we have to put a hover. Ha 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 ha. Thank you. Pleasing. Wow. I'm a god. Wait, what is wrong with this one? Why is this one not working? What the fuck? What are you doing, you weird? Okay. What are you doing? Oh, it's because I didn't put a space. Okay. Fucked up. Don't mess up, Aaron. There you go. That's what's happening here. That's what's up. Haha. You're right, Lark. Now we need to attach some text that is regularly hidden and make it appear on hover. Wow. Hey, every bit. Thanks for the follow. So we can say span, and then we can say lorem 5. How about? And then we'll add here, 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 and we'll add here, finally here. That doesn't look terrible, honestly, but I still think we want to do it on hover. So that's gonna be grid item span. Oh, I already have grid item span. Display hidden, right? Or does that still take the space? Oh, that didn't work, did it? Disp. Pranked. That's what I'm talking about. Grid item span hover display block pranked. It did, Virgie. Virgie? Virgie. What did I fuck up doing, eh? I'm saying that's the one on this one. Let's grab one of these. You soldier boy talent. See, that one says it works on on hover, but it doesn't. It said save. Oh, wait a second. Kind of fried. Now we're trying to do hover. Yeah, I think we got grid figured out. Hey, Dev Jacques, thanks for the follow. Alright, we need to like put this on top of the image first of all. How did I do that? With the Z index maybe? I can't remember what the Z index does. Uh-oh. I think there I did opacity. Add what to grid item class, sorry? I can't remember the thing that I just copied what it was. Oh, Z index. I wanted it to go above the text. It is in the grid item. It's like underneath it. It's within the class. Unless you're saying literally give it the grid item class. Is it really small? So I'm not trying to make it small. What was the one I did that with? Oh, wow, wow, wow. It worked, I think. But not when I hover on the image. Just when I hover down here. Wait, what do I want with position absolute? What are we talking about? Are we talking about this? It's because I want y'all to be able to see stuff, okay? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of as well, Scunny. No, no floats. Wrong. No capes. God, I hope not, Born. Motherfucker, you're not moving any. Wait, why? Poor Bun. Why would? Why does no header mean article would be better? That is really weird, Born. Why is it moving now? Go away. Okay, thank you. Is this for a challenge? No. No, this is because y'all want me to see, or, wait a second. Position relative text line center? Would have been cool if it fucking worked. It didn't. But why? Is it because I need to do grid item instead? No. Okay, well, even on the container, it's still not working. I think. Absolute? It's not what the random website I saw said, but I'll try it. Oh my god. That's not. It didn't like it. What does the hovering do? I want, okay. Did you read? Okay. Save. Oh my god, did I fuck it up? So on hover, it's supposed to have these words show up on top of this image. That's what I want. I just can't get it up on top of the image, damn it. Position relative. Oh, so could do this or translate it or whatever. Oh, okay. It did a thing. Well, that is good. So what if I copied this? That would be good, maybe. Could be good. It is good. Wow, what just happened? So what did like this one do? If we did this, okay, it made it in the center. Can I explain how it happened? Okay, well, the internet told me. Actually, I'm not a great person to answer this question. I still don't know what position absolute does. So, top specifies how far an absolutely positioned box's top margin edge is offset. So I guess it goes from the edge and it moves it 50% into the middle, and then 50%, or so 50% in the middle and 50% to the left, I think. Like that. And then, I don't quite know what this one is. I don't know what this one is. Can someone explain this? My team Grid or Team Flexbox? Grid was a lot easier to use, TBH. Absolute relies on the parent, which has to be relative, and you can move the position with top, left, right, or bottom. Makes the position absolute relative to its container, and the container itself is relative position. What does relatively position mean? Position absolute removes it from normal document flow. It will be bound to the parent element with position relative. Oh, thank you, Aubrey. Removes it from normal document flow. And then what does transform do? And what does top and left do? What do these do? Top and left push it away from that direction. The direction by default being top right or like bottom right? I guess we could see the default position, shall we? So it looks like it went to top right, and then when we did that, if we just do top, it moved it down 50%. And if we do left, it moves it this way 50%. Hey, blind things to follow. Transform translate moves an item a half of its width left and half of its height up. Because after setting top and left, it's not really centered, but the upper left corner is centered. Wait a second. What? So this is what it looks like when it's top and left. Left doesn't look like it's working at all. Oh, but it is. It's just moving it that way. So if we look at like the whole grid item, it looks like it's like out of the grid item, like the text is. Top and left are offsets is saying I want to be positioned at 50% of the horizontal width of the containing element for right or left. 50% of the horizontal width of the containing element. And if we did like right, moved it down. We use bottom. Bottom doesn't look terrible. It just nice born. Are these trying to float left or whatever? No comment, born. bold. Better. Now you can kind of read them. Like that. Why would I put this here, not here? Oh, I could put it here. Okay. Nice, Born. Try Flexbox Zombie. It's great. And then... So, can I say display, like... I can't say hidden. I don't think that worked last time. No, it doesn't work. But if I say none, it works. Bye. And if I say display block, it should work, right? But it doesn't. Why doesn't it? Unless they did it with and they, I mean, by they I mean me. Unless I did it with opacity. Opacity? 0. Opacity? 1. Wait. Wait, what? Oh, it's because I'm fucking with opacity. I can't do that. I already fucked with opacity. Remember how we did that? Damn it. Wait, where else did I do opacity? What if we take this one like this and we combine it with this one? Wow, wow, that would be cool, wouldn't it? Opacity. Well, damn it! I thought that would work. Pranked. Unset. Okay. Wait, now I broke it. I broke it? Oh yeah, I did break it. What the fuck did I do? What's wrong? Alright, Birdie, what do you want to listen to? Is it DMCA free? Comma after hover? Oh, thank you. Check for me, see if it's DMCA free, because I can't do it unless... Just look up Masayoshi I can't even say words. Takanaka, and all of me, and say, like, DMCA free or something. So, like... So this didn't work. Okay, that's a good idea. I don't think it should be black. But we can mess with it. Oops. Oh, it's because I didn't put color. only if you go to the very middle. So I can't mess with opacity, unfortunately, because I already... Well, can I? Maybe I can, actually. Hey, Sauce Boss, thanks to follow. Okay, let's try this. Opacity, 0. Opacity, 1. No, so it gets rid of the other opacity is the problem, see? Hover on the grid item. So we would technically, we would give... We probably wouldn't want the opacity to be 0. Right? Because if we did that... Oh, actually, wait a second. Because it would just disappear initially, right? So when I hover over the actual span, it does weird stuff. I don't know why. It would be nice if it was brighter, but I'm not exactly sure how to do that. Because we have it, unless I specify here like opacity, or on hover opacity 1. Why is it doing that? That is so weird. Relative center opacity 1. Hover. I want to see more of this, damn it. Seems that the image and the span text have different hover states, so when one activates, the other deactivates because you stop hovering the other element. So I should get rid of like they both shouldn't hover, right? Like this one, for example, if we'd say that. I think you're right, you called it. I don't know, do we care? What do we think? Is this like, can you even read that, you know? Isn't it because section and span have the same class? Well, that's why we did it. We used that joint class because it wasn't working otherwise. But I don't know. I don't know what to do about this. So it's canceling out the opacity of the text. On break again. Wow. So you said you want to vary the width of the children? Set the width. I mean, I would set the width to a percentage. Alright, I can refund you, Reggie. I just can't play non-DMCA music or else they will mute this shit, and that makes me mad. Yeah, I would just set like 10%, 20%, 50%, and then however many maths. Thanks, Scrawny. Where do you put the percentage? Each class with the width, I think. Right, y'all? No. Add a width 10% to like this child. And then like this one 50. So that's 60%. And then each of these could be 20. Or you could use flex basis. I don't know how to use that, but sure. Explain it though, poor Ben. This is Born's a site that Born's making for their 100 hours project. So what do we think, y'all? Is this too dim? Can you read it? I don't know what to do about it, because we have to have the whole element do this on hover, but then I can't make the text, like I can't go in with the text later and be like, JK, opacity is different. In fact, I probably don't need literally any of that. I don't. Okay, code verso. Thanks for follow. I should Google it or flex basis. Confusion. I think you're talking to Born. What if we say extra bold? Wait, that's not a thing, I guess. Wait a second. Bolder, that's what you say. I feel like that made it worse. Like I can read it even less. Like how about extra bold? Extra bold. Target the text color as follows. Grid item, color, grid item, however. Could try that.
Wow, 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 wow.
Wow. You'd put a div over the image with transparent text. On hover, text, white, and div opacity. Wait. What? Hi, Zader. And would I be able to, like, hide it? Let's try what Scotty said, first of all. Grid item, span, hover. Wait, that didn't work. We fucked with it again. Why? This is frustrating. Oh, just on grid item? Hey, justify? Thanks for the follow. I do want the text to stay white. I want... Okay, wait a second. Why is this showing up? Grid item, opacity. What did I have before? Wait. What did I have before that made it hidden? I forgot. I forgot. Mistakes were made by me. Good item, opacity 1. Absolute. God, I can't remember what I did. It was good and whatnot. I just can't remember what it was. Help! I forgot. What did I do? Hover. Grid item opacity 1.5. Last time I came in, my changes was earlier today. At 4:56, and it is 8, so it's been 4 hours. It's just to keep us on track. It's a Pomodoro timer, so we work for 30 minutes and then we take 5-minute break. Was it the color? It probably was. I don't remember. Because I got rid of some stuff. That. But then we knew that wasn't good. What? Rufio! I yell at myself. Oh, there we go. We had the opacity as nothing. Hey, Core, thank you for the follow. It means 1 fraction. Fair, Peter. But I already messed up. Grid item hover. Wait a second. I just lost fucking everything. Ruthie! Oh my god. Self. Oh, I think I said opacity 1. How can I have forgotten what it was that we were even doing? Oh no, that's it. I'm not sure why it hid the original text. But it only does it on hover because I have this. It's kind of a fun song. Ah, come back! Baby, come back to me. Baby, come back to me. Opacity 1. Yeah, it didn't come in far back enough. still have to hover over the middle of the image. That's why it's not showing up. Now one, go away. Ah! Scani, I remember you did it. It was the color thing. We had to put on the grid item, which is wrapping the text and the picture, we had to put like it originally with the opacity of nothing color-wise, and then with the opacity of with full opacity. Why was that so hard for me? Alright, y'all, is this... God, is this fine that you, like, can't even see the words? And that's the other problem. We're fixing it right now. We're committing this right now. Get... Okay. Get status. Add. Get commit. Add... Photo styling and grid styling. Git push. Nice. Saved. C index 10. What are we doing with grid item span now? We can try it. I really hope it works. On hover though? I think this breaks it though. No, it just doesn't do anything. Oh, that's on hover though. Wait a second. No. See if it's even doing anything. Oh, it is if you hover in the very middle. And that's the original problem we were avoiding, remember? But it's not getting more opaque. I just don't like cluttering with too many, like, classes, I guess. Poor bun. I understand what you're saying, but... don't know how to fix this problem, regardless of what we name this span. But if it really bugs you, I can just call it grid item span. Not hard. Wait a second. Which one was that? Didn't do anything in whatever one that was. Because I put... it doesn't seem like this class does anything on this span, actually. But then we need it so it will do stuff, I guess. Because we just okay. I thought this is what we were doing. Glass. But I have a... Yeah. The opacity of the whole container is 5. You know? I don't fucking know. I want to do this because it's almost exactly the same. I just want... But the problem is when we did decouple the text and the image, it only... We want it so it does that on hover, right? Of the whole container. But, when we only apply it to the span, it only happens when you hover over the span. That's a big problem here. No, I don't think I did, Scotty. That's a good idea. See what happens when we do that, though. Oh yeah, it kind of offset it. But in theory... Well, Oren, I also want it so you don't see the text until you hover. How's the website looking? You tell me. Right now we're making it so like it darkens and the text shows up on hover. Thanks, Hater. I mean, we could try what Orange says. The background color feels off? What about it is off? Oh, that was not the right course of action. Wrong. I tried doing the display none thing and like it wasn't working for me, but I can try it. Hey, Reflection, thanks for follow. I didn't do inline though, I just did display. Oh, the problem with doing this was that it only happened if we hovered on... Well, actually, it's covering the whole. Never mind. Okay. Ignore me. It's not working. I mean, it looks like it's on the span. You did gridded item, direct child span, didn't you? Why do I have to do the direct child? Isn't that what that is? Direct child? Oh, because you're hovering over the grid item. Okay. I mean, get rid of this for a second. Okay. And then we would have to go to like grid item hover image. Opacity 0.5. Oh, wow, 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 wow. We did it. Thank you. So we didn't want to put them together. So you basically said when you hover over the grid item but apply this to span, is that what's up? First try. Definitely was the first try. Okay, I didn't know you could do that. I want to see what happens when we do that again. Looks like it's fine when we don't do that. I just don't. Oh yeah, it's because okay. We don't need it to cover the whole thing because we did this cool thing that Oren told us about. Ah! Looks so good. 6 hours and here we are. Wow. That took us a while, but and we played around with it a lot. How we dance. So how we did that, like Orange said, we went on the grid item, we on the hover, and then we applied the span, as opposed to like going to the span and hovering, which was our problem, because then we had to go to the middle. Didn't know you could do that. And that looks fantastic. Do I have display flex? Are you asking me? What we do for the next half an hour break? Bro, we're not gonna go long enough for the next half an hour break. Technically we are on a half an hour break. So what we could do actually is we could start break now and go 5 minutes and then into, no actually, we would do stuff for 5 more minutes and then there would be a 30-minute next study session and you could do it then. Hi, Antalash. Yeah, I can't, Oren. Hey, Oren, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the help. Thank you, Scotty, as well. We did it. Oh my god, we're fantastic. I didn't find it, but we found it together. I got like really frustrated at that point where I was like, what did I delete that fucked shit up? Wait, what is it that makes it so we can't see it? We did display none and display inline. Commit. You right though. Git status. Git add. What did we change here? Oh, we did stuff with the classes, I think, actually. Yeah. Hello? Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Git commit add code for displaying text on hover and darkening photos. You can't really mix Grid with Flex? I thought you could, though. We did it. It took a while, though. God works in mysterious way. Hey, Scotty, when you redeemed iDrop Time 25 minutes ago, did I ever see that? Rufio does what? What do I do? Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally. It's totally fine, Dev. Sorry, I will open that up for you. So this is the repo. Hello? There it is. Go friggin' for it. And, I mean, you can get to my GitHub by clicking that if you want to. Look. Wow. 4 contributions. Okay, so Born, do you want to still do the pick what we do for the next half-hour break since you can't play Ghost? Because I can give you points back. Did I? Oh, I did take the drops. Okay, thank you. I was about to ask that again. So far, we've worked on this project for like 17 hours. Doesn't look like it, does it? Alright, how about I refund it, Born, and then we'll wrap up stream since I feel like this is a natural conclusion for everything we've been doing. Oh my god, it works! So I have the watch time, and it says how many hours you've watched total, but how could you, do you all know what I could do to be like, how many hours of this particular stream have you watched? Followage? Leah, we're just wrapping up, but hi! Welcome! You wanna see what we did today? We need to show it, so... this. So we did this part already, remember? And then we made this grid. And we made it so when you did this... Oh my god, what happened? Okay. When you did this, you can see like the description on hover. Y'all are going crazy up in here. I want to see. $35 is a lot, Pink Star. It's exciting. 15 hours. Oh, that's great, Born. I wasn't paying attention to what you were saying at all, so I'm sorry about that, but I'm happy. Hey, Jojo, thank you for the follow. Anyway, so this is what we did, right? We also made it so it was mobile first. So if we look at the mobile, for example, you can see it looks good too. Wait a second. What is this? Why isn't this working? Why does this always happen to us? Fuck. Oh my god. Okay, so we're not done. Every time, every single time I'm like, okay, we're done. There's like, I'm not done. It happens without fail. But why? Wouldn't it be doing in the small? Oh, you can't hover on mobile? Okay. So it theoretically does work then. To investigate and a small win. Sweet Born. Okay. I panicked. I panicked. Okay, wait a second. What if we say work section and then we can say hov? Well, that didn't work, did it? Okay, fine. We'll go more specific. Hov. Okay. Haha. You just say exclamation point watch time, Born. No, Leah, it means you spend time with quality time with me. 45 hours. Hot damn. That's wild. Y'all are wild. I can't believe y'all have been watching me for that long. It's great, but like, wow, wow, wow. That's what I have to say. Isn't that the watch time for all of the streams? Or for all streams ever? So close, poor one. You'll have to come back tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Should talk about that. Every stream you watch? Wow, wow, wow. You don't think that's a good idea? 40 hours. Wow, wow, dumpster dive. Wow, wow, wow. This is so exciting for me. This is fun. You want to see how many hours I've watched of me? I can do it too, I think. Watch time. 29 hours. No, wow, wow, wow. I can't do it for myself. I've done it though. I did it when I was doing it by myself when I was testing it. Wrecked. Wow, 71 hours, Bull. I think you're the highest so far. I can't see my own watch time. Woof. I swear I saw it and it was like 90 hours and I was like, oh my god. I watch myself all the time, I guess. Wait, what is accounted? What is that one? Tell me. What is it? What is it? Y'all want to hear how many hours I've streamed so far though? Like total? We can see it. Metrics. What is accounted? I don't have that one, but what is it supposed to do? I will do it. I'll make it. I have streamed for 308 hours total since October. You can watch Shrek twice instead of coming here. That's funny. How long you've had your account? I don't think it works. I don't see that one. I'll try and add it maybe. I don't know. 308 hours. Well, and what's follow? Just how long you've been following me, or is this my usual streaming time of day? Yes. So we started at 4 p.m. Eastern time, and then we kind of just go. And I do that as well on Thursdays, about the same time frame, except we start at 5 p.m. Eastern and then go. And it doesn't work either, Pink Star, because I didn't add it as a command, which is why I'm asking what it is. So I can add it. No, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in like New York or whatever. Walking to my door. Woof. Means who's a ghost? Where's the ghost? There's a ghost. At my chamber door. At my chamber door. Eastern and Westworld. Wait, Porvin, where are you at? This is... No, technically we just barely worked through the long promo break. Shame. Sorry. How old your account is? Okay. You streamed 146 hours since February? That's a lot. I've been going for like... March, April, May. Basically June. So you've been going for 4 months and I've been going... December, January... 8 months, and I've only done 300 hours. You're already like 150 basically. 4:30 a.m. Wow. 3:30 a.m. Y'all take care of yourself. Are you getting enough sleep? How do we find out how much you stream? So if you go to your creator dashboard, you go into your insights, you go into your achievements, and then it will show you like your achievements in progress. So like I have like, it's called like the Empire Business, and it says stream for 250 hours. I already got that one. So there's one that's streamed for 500 hours total, and it says I have 308 hours and 18, I don't know, 18 something. You only have 2.2k points. It's because you gambled. Remember? Oh, we could gamble. Dan needs more points. Well, that's great, poor Ben. You made me gamble. That's totally... Yup. What's a nice modern hotel in Salt Lake City? Okay, but like, have I ever stayed in a hotel in Salt Lake City? I live here, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Do we want to gamble or like, nah? Hey, hey. I have friends. Haha, bold of you to assume I have friends. 28,000 points. That's wild, rascal. 2009. I only found out about Twitch in 2020. Wow. I had no idea this was a thing. I just died in your arms. I don't know that song. So do we want to gamble or like, nah? It doesn't matter to me. I'm not gambling. That's for gamers and such, and it is, but also like people watch streaming, I'm told. 75 of you are. Not really. Okay, we don't have to do it. Join because people stream movies? Really? Pranked. New to Twitch too. Leon and some other coding channels are the only thing you watch here. Yeah, I don't think... I drop in on some people's coding streams sometimes, and that's about it. I don't really watch... I love streaming, but I don't know how y'all watch me. Like, isn't it boring? I get bored. I would be bored if I watched me, TBH. Well, I asked Blood. I asked if we wanted to gamble, and the only one who responded was Born, and Born was like, no. And what do you think now, Bridgie? Are we gamble on? Heathens or gods? I don't know. A lot of streamers, 14 hours a day. Really? Wow. Leon bores me? Okay, Leon I can handle, but it's because it's class. But I don't like just go watch Leon in my free time. Like, in this new cohort, I've watched almost 0 of their classes. So, watch streams while you're working through your own coding stuff. And you don't get distracted? You like to help people, so stream is kind of engaging. Come back and help again. Appreciate you. So just someone watching someone play games. That's the cool thing about streaming is that like it's not like a YouTube video where you can leave comments later. It's like you can leave comments right now. You can talk to me and I can talk to you, and that's really exciting. That's kind of cool. Yeah, so I did watch 6 hours. Yeah, I said I watched almost none of the classes, but I have watched probably 3 maybe. You don't watch as much as you lurk. It's like you're talking to me right now, and I am, Dan. Look, I said your name, and I'm looking at you. I planned on joining every class in the cohort initially born, and then I just like couldn't, and then it just, yeah, anyway. Your name, Swoon. Am I working in IT? Nah, I'm trying to get a job in software engineering right now. But I have a baby job. Okay, close right now. Can you see it? I'm not looking, bro. I'm not looking. I'm still going. We're gonna wrap up soon, but I was chatting about how personalized stream was and how I was calling people out by their names and shit. Wave to you? Oh, wait. Since you're not wearing clothes. Wait, what makes sense? Oh, wait, no, you jobs. Okay, yeah. Okay. I forget what I'm saying all the time. Twitch is stolen time used to watch YouTube and streaming services. I covered my eyes, boy. Gamble time. All right, Blood wants to gamble. So, poor Bun, I and a lot of people here were part of, or they are, but we're part of an online boot camp called 100 Devs. It's free, full stack JavaScript. If you do !100 devs, !Discord, there's the Discord for the community and the teacher's Twitch. Their name is Leon. And yeah, I'm part of the stream team. So like it's like a couple streamers and I, including Mine Wolf who's here in chat and Verola Fox, and we're like, I don't know, like community sanction? I don't know. Anyway, so that's what's up. JavaScript scares you? Me too, though. Me too. Online cult. No. If it's a cult, it's a good one. Started streaming the last week of March and streamed 126 hours already. That's wild. Here I thought I streamed a lot. I like... Wow. No one says your name right? Okay. How do I say it? I will say it right. And then of your course, you don't really need the boot camp anymore. Yeah. But you could hang out and help. A lot of people need help. The fox, the wolf, and the bird. Wow. Thanks, Corbin. Totally mine's fault. Totally. They've? A D is they've? Okay, they've. What language is it from where a D is a the sort of sound? They've. Looks like we're gambling. Y'all don't have to gamble, but if you want to, it will be above the chat and you can guess points, and we're going to do gods versus heathens. It's okay if you pick heathens, but every time, basically the majority of people have lost. Whatever the majority is, you will lose. So, good luck. Okay, ready? Let go. Drum roll. Okay, I need to do a spinner thing. Spinner. Okay, an Indian name. Okay, Dave. Dave. Everything is changing problem. I don't plan to go for that long either, TBH. It just kind of fucking happens. I thought I was going to end early today, and here I am, 6.5 damn hours. Y'all are just too much fun. Too much fun. If y'all are wondering why you're guessing gods versus heathens, it's because we're gods. So. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh. All right. You bet all your money? Okay, here we go. Did it end? I wasn't even watching. I was trying to make sure these had like an equal amount. Spinner-wise or whatever. Oh, wow. Bobby, thanks for the follow. I think they're an equal amount. If it would just stop moving. I tried to count them. There are 15 entries, but God's is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. And the heathens is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why does this keep happening? 8. Okay. It's 16 now. All right. Okay. Where is my little prediction? Okay, we gotta choose the outcome. Most of y'all picked gods. I think you're fucked, but let's see. Let's see. It's really anyone's game at this point. Oh my god! Every time, the majority always loses. 79% of y'all pick gods. Oh my god. it was wait, it was heathens, yeah. Oh no. You forgot to bet. It might have been a good thing. God's the minority when you bet. You feel wronged. Who can you sue? Your one channel point. It wasn't intentional, Born. Double or nothing. I don't know. Some people don't have any points anymore. I want to see what. Oh, wait a second. I want to see what the summary was of this. It says that Scotty won like 5,000 points. How many? Only 4 of you picked heathens. Oh my god. Yo. And 8 of you, Born, you did gamble a lot of points. 8 of you picked this one. I don't know why every single time, like, pick what you're gonna pick and then go with the opposite. That's what I say. You don't have double or anything. Gonna hoard your points from now on. Wow, that was intense. And normally it's not so like normally it's more balanced, you know? I never gamble either. It scares the shit out of me. I'm just like, I will fail. I've won a couple times, but you're a heathen through and through, but no, you had to change your mind. 30K points in a gamble? Wow, I would never. I can't. Also, gambling in real life is really boring. Like, my sister and I went and she asked some dealer person to explain a game, and I was like listening, and I got distracted, and I was like, oh my god, the ceiling is like reflective. I'm looking at myself. And I was like, wait a second, I'm supposed to be looking at a game. And I was like, okay, game. I'm like, oh, the carpet's really exciting. Like, why do you think they make it so bright? I'm like, oh my god, am I this bored by gambling that I'm like, the carpet, you know? Hey, Carl, thanks for follow. I don't know. Yeah. You lost 94K. Oh my god. 60K points on Leon's channel. Probably a portfolio review. I don't like Pokemon though, so. You love gambling in real life? It's just so fucking boring, man. I just do not. I just don't. It is boring. You tried gambling at Churchill Dance once and it was super underwhelming and you lost anyway. Mayan, are we the same person though? Like, it's really interesting when you're winning. And if you never win. Like, my sister put in $1. That's all she spent. And then it was like, you won 40 cents. And I was like, oh, she won 40 cents. Right. And then she ended up with like 10 cents at the end. It's a hobby, all right. I don't love Vegas. You're trying to find geometric shapes in carpets? Yeah, carpets are interesting, more interesting than gambling. You love stats, all right. Well, I guess people like gambling in here. And, you know, respect to you if you do, but also, like, would rather do other stuff, I guess. I've been to Vegas several times. It's so hot, and a drink is like $20, and it just smells bad, and it's just not great. There you go, Pink Star. You like the patterns on bus seats or the carpets in arcades? Yeah, no, they are. Why do you think it is that they do like exciting carpets? There must be a reason if it's consistent, you know? Betting on Pokemon trump cards as a kid, losing them, and then never gambled anything seriously. Were you scarred, Thaved? Rewatch for the carpets. Arcade carpet slab. It does hide the stains. Also, I think they have to make it like exciting. Like there's lots of places to look. I don't know. Because they have mirrors on the walls and like flashing lights. I don't know. Maybe you get distracted when you're trying to gamble and then you fail. The Great White North. Wait, where are you gambling, Bergie? It can't be the only reason, the hiding the stains. It can't be the only reason. I think it is part of the distractingness. It has to be. But you're probably right, honestly, so. Is the main reason? How is it that everyone just knows this? Why do you know this? On buses, okay. Okay. It's supposed to be no clocks or something to keep you in there a long time. Oh. And that's why it's probably like in the like middle of a building, so there's no natural light coming in. Never been to the West Coast, went on a plane to Florida. You don't like to travel. Well, you know, to each their own. You've watched far too many documentaries on random stuff that has no value. Niagara Falls is the go-to Canadian gambling town. I've been there once. I didn't gamble, but I looked at the falls. Y'all are funny. You used to work security at a casino. They're overrated. Wait, tell us more. We want to hear your experience. They design casinos to be confusing as fuck to get out of. Oh, interesting. Sneaky. I'm looking it up right now, Born, to listen to after this. Casino stories. Casino stories. Especially when you're drinking. I've never drank in a casino, I'll be honest with you. No clocks. Some wild stuff goes down. Yeah, what's the craziest thing you've seen? That would be interesting. That would be interesting. You get lost in this. Let me keep gambling. But like, how do you even know how to do it? I couldn't even figure out how to use the machines. Like, I couldn't. I was like, what do you do? And I tried to put in the money, and I was like, it's not working. And it was like, it's not working. And I was just like, so that's my experience. The older ladies showed you. Nice. You never win, but you still try. But doesn't it make you feel bad when you lose? Never been to a casino, but you think you would enjoy it if they had a cool fountain or a buffet. I think they have buffets a lot of time, don't they? Too many big hit winnings to come back and lose more than their winnings? Wait, too many big hit winnings. Oh, so they didn't even hold on to it. You went with your mom's senior clients. You're so bored. They show you how to use the machine. Yeah, so you know how we're working on preserving like the Southern Paiute, the Native American language? I can say, let's go gambling, because my Paiute grandma says it all the time because she likes to go to Mesquite and play and gamble. So you say, Basi huengun panan. Yes, have I ever needed to use that? No, but like, Caesar's Palace Buffet is pretty crazy. Never been, but they lure you in with the food. I'm told. I don't know. Do we go together? No, I don't go gambling. But she tells me about it. She's like, yeah, I went to Mesquite this week and Basi huengun panan. She whenever money brings entry fees, so if you don't lose it, you don't feel bad. But I don't like losing money. I was raised like very like, no money. So like I buy clothes every couple of years, and my dad literally dumpster dives. Oh my god. How many words are in the Paiute language? I could not tell you that if I wanted to. Better, and I'm really going to upload every single one, as many as I can on the recordings. I gotta pick up gambling. Is that phrase isn't lost forever? Definitely, that's what has to happen now. Crab claws? Crab is gross. Yuck. My dad's a hobo. Might as well be. I'm not even kidding. Definitely dumpster dives. Definitely has given me that food without washing it off. And I'm like, Dad, where's this from? He's like, oh, it's just from, I just got it. I'm like, okay, so it's from the trash. He's like, yeah, but it's good. It's not even open. Or it will be open. He's like, it's not even like, it's barely open. And I'm like, Dad, okay. And I have eaten some because if it is closed, it's mostly good. You don't buy clothes either unless it's from Goodwill. Your mom and you wear the same size jeans, so you just get them from her. Nice. No, stop. Wait, food? Yes, it's food. There's some stuff that isn't perishable. But or if I'm eating food and I'm full, I don't want to throw the food away because that's a waste. And I just ah. Anyway, so I don't like spending money. I don't like wasting stuff. I have eaten trash food. It was in sealed containers. So, but yes. It's my upbringing. That's what we did. For home goods. I won't eat the stuff that's open. I throw it away because I'm like, Dad, ew, why? Nice guy. It's not Mormonism. It's just literally my dad. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know. He has questionable habits. But, being my father, I can't exactly question just because it's I don't know. He's not going to change. Did I say my family's eccentric? Yes, definitely. Why do you think I'm so entertaining to watch? No, I'm kidding. I don't know. So much food that gets thrown out from supermarkets are perfectly fine and just get away. Thank you, Nonstop. See, Nonstop and I are friends here. Yes. Yeah. Oh, man, Wolf. Or have you heard of donut places that will put the donuts into the bag and throw the bag away and the bag's shut and you can just take the bag? I've never done it, but it sounds exciting. And my brother did it. And he's like, and that's how I ate 60 jelly donuts. I hate jelly donuts now. Just tilt your head and go, okay, yeah. Dumpster diving for dinner on a date? No. Yeah, that's exciting, Ryan. Been to food pantries plenty of times. Who knows where the food comes from? And a lot of it's kind of nasty. If you see that sort of food that is at those, and anyway. Not having to pay does make it taste better, especially in the winter when some of the perishables haven't gone bad. And I don't know. My parents can afford non-trash food. My dad just people are throwing it away, and that's goes against his gut. I would never but he would, so. Last time you did, you got a desk chair, $80 tea kettle, a full set of baking pans, a bunch of unopened cat supplies, and some Anchor Hawking measuring cups. Wow. Why wouldn't it have a name for non-trash food? It's just descriptive, isn't it? I got my chair from a dead lady. It's a nice chair. Very heavy, though. It's haunted. That means there's a ghost. Similarly, miserly. Sometimes you just gotta accept family for their weirdness. Yeah. And I will notice when I'm but you're wasting food. I'm like, it's okay. My brother has gotten to the point where he's okay with it, and he'll scrape his food into the garbage. And I'm like, no. And he's like, what? I'm like, you could have saved that for later. And he's like, I didn't like it. And I'm like, okay, fine. Their stores were lit until it became trendy and then prices went up. Why are you paying $20 for a shirt that you can get brand new for $15? Okay, in Utah though, there's this place called the DI. It's like the Mormon church's thrift store. It's still lit, still great, super cheap. Probably because it's with a church or whatever. But like, that shit's great. Should have been a hippie. I'm not a hippie though, and I'm not Peace Love San Fran either. That's too social. Most of your setup was thrown away in one way or another. Wow. Nice. Who knew? Connecting over trash. No, but like what? Sometimes people throw things away and you're like, but why are you doing that? Like there's no reason. Anyway. Reminds me of your parents' attitudes towards wastage just without the dumpster diving part. I personally do not dumpster dive. But he does. Your grandma's name was Ruth, and she never threw away food. She had the largest fridge you've ever seen, just full of leftovers forever. Wow, 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 wow. I always eat leftovers, but like, wow. I told you, only old ladies are named Ruth and me, so that's cool, I guess. A lot of corporations use this to avoid litigation, but the Good Samaritan Act provides liability protection for good faith food donations. Yeah. Yeah. You throw away perfectly good stuff all the time, but why? Why don't you, like, donate it? Like, you can just not have it, but you can donate it. Agreed, Virgie. You're too impatient to that. You want stuff right away. You can't drive, so who would bring the curb furniture to your house? And you need a truck, maybe. Nice rascal. I know, but you could donate it, Born. You could donate it. You have a friend named Ruth who's younger than you? Okay, well, now I know two. So, well, I don't know your friend, but they do exist, I guess. We do exist. Do you donate for tax write-offs? If I, like, were to stop using anything, I would donate it, because I just can't handle throwing stuff away. Like, literally throwing things away that don't need to be thrown away. Wow, Born. Wow. Wow. But why? Why would you break it? What if someone else wants it? Have you heard of the Buy Nothing project? I've never used it, but because you're a bad person, it'd be a good one. As if it's that simple. I don't study, then study. You know, I remember being a kid, and I like did this to my finger. I was like, Mom, when I do this to my finger, it really hurts. And she's like, then don't do it. And I was like, anyway. Thirsty. You're a hoarder, you didn't know that until you moved? Wow. Yeah, definitely need to go through your stuff. And I'm not saying you should, like, keep all your stuff. I'm saying you just should, like, you could donate it if you can donate it. My dad is a hoarder. Throw away t-shirts you've outgrown. But now you're fixated on the pain as a weird source of stimulus, Mom. Oh my god, that's funny. Pretending not a hoarder, but the 4+ types of cables you might need, such as otherwise. I'm not a hoarder, but there's definitely stuff I have that I should throw away. But I haven't, like, lived long enough, I feel like, to hoard stuff. Shh. Yeah, this is, I don't know how old this shirt is. I've worn these pants for at least 4 years, though. They fit. They look nice. Good for me. What? Someone need a cable for a Sony K750 iPhone from the mid-2000s? Whatever comes back in style. Okay, also opinion, I hate the clothing style right now. Oh my god, I hate it so much. It's like, why do you think this looks good? And if you do think it looks good, good for you, but like, oh god, I can't. No. I hate the style. Like, everything is baggy, and unflattering, and also like my cousin who I look to as like a currently stylish person or whatever literally just gets like old t-shirts and he's like aesthetic, and it's like, but like no. Yeah, but it's not the 90s. It's the 70s plus the 2000s. That's what it is. It's not good. I like tight clothes. But also I grew up in the 2010s and they were like tight, or what are they called? Skinny jeans for the win. Used to shop every week? Really? Wow. Can't wait for the late 90s, early 2000s. Mosher fashion? What is Mosher fashion? What is it? I'm looking it up. Okay, if this is the type of thing that I think it is, like oh, the chains. I know this. Those are funny. Not feeling current style trends. Crop tops. Crop tops are really baggy tops. It's one or the other. And like, oh, that's the pant. I just, serious. Layers and tons of accessories. All right. Hey, Scottom. We're just talking about how we're not a huge fan of the current style, maybe. I like black clothes, but I also like really colorful clothes. I alternate. I just like color, honestly, but then also like black clothes are nice, so. I'm only following artists on that account, Born. It's not really, it's just a place for me to put art. If you really want me to follow, I will, but like, you know? That's a dark one. Joggers, leggings, and PJs. Nice. Crop tops aren't for everyone, but if you can rock them, then they're fire. I have an crop top. Just one. Do you post art, Born? I'll be honest, like, God. Instagram used to be my favorite social media, and now it's just TikTok 2.0. What happened to the fucking photo sharing app? It makes me so mad. Like, oh, I went on like a rant recently on my Instagram. I was like, what's wrong with this app, damn it? And then like Facebook's just for old people, and I don't like TikTok. Like, why would I watch a video that's like, apparently this video makes your nose smaller? Like, why are people watching those things? And literally the only content is just like, that's it. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, I just, oh God, I hate TikTok so much. I do not. What happened to old YouTube where it was like 3-minute skits like Julian Smith, and it was like it was the shit. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm done. All right. Organizational TikToks? No. Twitch is, yeah, it is actually my new social media hangout for sure. Once Instagram became all ads and suggested content, it was ruined. I stuck around for longer than that because I liked seeing pictures and whatnot, but now legitimately it's like it's just videos, and I unsubscribed from all of those videos and stuff, and now like I get to the end of like my feed at like, and then I'm just like, okay, I guess I won't be on that anymore. And also I used to love Reddit. I feel like Reddit doesn't have much content anymore either. That's great, Kevin. Continue to like that rant. Amazon favorite TikToks are good. I'll be honest. Yes, I made this for you. Jellyfish. Oh my God, Julian Smith. Julian Smith. Rip. I mean, I assume he's still alive, but like, peak YouTube, and now it's like 10 years ago, and I can't. What? How? So good. It's so good. And like Superwoman used to have great content. Now it's gone. Now it's gone. Like the old content's still there, but like, how can people, like, what happened to the creativity? It's not gone, but where is it? Where is it? Anyway, never got into it. The Shade Room. I don't know what that is. Reject social media. Return to long distance mail feed. ArtStation has a lot of cool art in it. If you're looking for art, honestly, I am not. I've never downloaded TikTok, and I've had it insofar as it's been on like I can't believe I just used insofar, but as it's been on Instagram, and I just like I refuse. I don't want to get sucked into it. I hate it. Sometimes you miss Tumblr, and then you remember what a damn mess. Apparently, it's still going. Reddit sure is political, which is fine. It's always the same thing. We need to do this and this and this. The reality is we have no power. You know, I was on Reddit mostly for like when I left the Mormon church and like it was a community there, you know? And that was about it. Decent looking people make the most sexy looking game characters. Wait. What is the argumentation behind it? What do you mean? You refuse to TikTok? Yes. Yes. Shady rooms for celebrity gossip stuff. Kanye though. You realize you could hear something in headphones and realize I was still streaming. We're still here, 7 hours. We're ranting. About those young whippersnappers and their shit clothes and their shit app. Okay, it's fine. Vine, oh my god. Vine. What happened to Vine? Vine, where it was like 10 seconds of humor. I bring you frankincense. And I bring you myrrh. Murder! Judas, no! Where's Shavakadu? What happened? Vine was so good, and I understand people liking Vine, but TikTok is not Vine. It's just repeated audio where people do the same damn things every single video. Okay. I was a Mormon, yes. What do you think is a reasonable hourly rate for dev intern? Well, I don't know. You never used one? I didn't either, but I saw some of it on YouTube. You need to find ex-Mormon to corrupt. They already corrupted if they're ex-Mormon. You would never make vines. I never thought, I mean, here I am on like Twitch. I never thought I would do anything like that. Vine was a golden time. Bring it back. What was your generation, Pink Star? Vine walks so TikTok could run. But Vine was good and TikTok is not. Do you remember TikTok used to be Musically and it was just shit and it was boring? Like, it still is shit and it still is boring, but people like it. Oh my god. The creator of Sega, now look at Rogue, now you see. No. Wait. Creator of Sega. I know Sega, but Rogue? Wait. Are you talking about Martin Bromley? Okay. Wait, what's so great about Martin Bromley? Kyle. MySpace? I never did the MySpace. I was too young. People want TikTok to be fine, but never will compete. But they don't. They're not even trying. It's not funny. It's not funny. Back in my travel vlogs, was I experiencing mental health issues? Nope, I wasn't. They all basically came in college. Ex-Mormons are chill people. It's everyone else in Utah. It's freaking weird. Okay, if there are Mormons in here, love you and accept you. Don't love your religion, but like, you good. That's what I have to say. Use Twitter, you don't need anything. Everything ends up there anyway. I like Twitter when I post something and people like it. Then I'm like, oh, people like my stuff and they're saying stuff. And that's about it. Besides that, I don't love Twitter. The Loop was your generation? And Louise said, thanks for the follow. Phone chat lines, nice. I remember IMing. I remember that. Sanga, okay. I feel like an old now. Rotary dial phones. You hated people's ears and the number. Nice. MSN. Yes, MSN. Microsoft's biggest mistake was killing MSN. Your HTML and CSS skills would be sick on Zynga. I don't know anything about it. MSN Messenger was great. I remember messaging my cousin. I was like, oh my god. Wow. You know? That's true, Rascal. Oh, shucks, boy. And I like when people like it. It gives me positive affirmation. I don't like Discord. Okay. I don't like Discord. Discord drives me crazy because like there are so many communities, and then in the communities there's so many chat channels, and then you don't even know where the sound's coming from, so you have to mute literally everything, and then there are too many channels to focus on any of the channels, and then you just, yeah, I don't like Discord. But you know, Discord, if you want to hire me, I'll still work for you. I'll be honest, I didn't know this is how the end of stream was gonna go. You don't like Twitch as compared to YouTube for live streaming or video in general? Why? Wait, what is your reasoning? You learned about online chats from Degrassi. Emma Mend. Wait, what? Oh, interesting. You gonna stream all night? No. Hey, Get Fudge, thanks for the follow. You know, I really experienced a lot of social media. To come to think of it, never bothered, and that's fine. You feel like it's calling out peeps. Went from living in Southern California to Northern Utah. Are you still here? The culture shop is still trippy a decade later. Wow. Yeah, it's definitely different. You're completely new to social media. Oh, wow. Interesting. And are you in Leon's class? Is that why you're on Twitch? Skype was the best. Okay, alright, I'm on so many tangents today. What the fuck happened to Skype? Okay, pre-pandemic, Skype was still a thing. I know because I did it with people. And then the pandemic happened. It was Skype's time to shine. Skype is still a thing. So why wasn't Skype like, guess what? We do the conferencing, the videos. Us. We've been doing it for literally 10 goddamn years. No, Zoom came. What happened to Skype? What happened to Skype? Okay. Twitch by far for live streams. Does anyone actually live stream on YouTube? Interesting link integrations. All right. You can rewind during the live feed. Oh, okay. You reject Skype. All right. Hi, Brazil. Thanks for hanging out. Made Teams? Okay, they made Teams, but they also own Skype. So, like, what's up with that? So they bought Skype to smother. Is that what happened? Skype developers too busy making TikTok. You live stream on YouTube? What do you stream? Leaking your video without starting a call, and then you have to put like the tape on it. Still Northern Utah for now? Okay, I'm trying to get like Utah/Northern Utah get together. You want to come? We have like 2 other people. If you do, you can whisper me. I think I also put a post on the 100 Devs LinkedIn group thingy. End of Skype. Oh my god, it's like 11 minutes. That's exciting though. You hate Slack? Google Hangouts? Oh yeah, I remember Google Hangouts. I did that a little bit too. Oh, interesting, Rascal. I thought they want... Okay, alright. Your friend Tom on MySpace was cool. You're about to live stream on YouTube? You do study with me? You're doing it right now? Unfortunately, I can't raid YouTube. When are you meeting up? Hopefully in June. Ah, the internet. Is Muse touring in June? Are they? Wait, it's not, it's in Europe, I think, right? Oh, in Texas. Are they really? What? Signal is currently a preferred messenger. Signal's okay. Unfortunately, like I feel like if someone else has Signal and they don't check it that often and then you try to message them, I don't know. Like, obviously it's more secure than WhatsApp, but I feel like WhatsApp is better. Maybe born. Probably need to do the money thing or whatever. Signal is like an encrypted messenger app. What is music? How dare you? I hope you're joking though. It's only the best band ever. They're so good. Damn straight born. Damn straight. What genre? Rock / alternative rock. Wait, do you really not know what Muse is? Is Muse still around? Yes! Yes! And they're dropping an album in August, and they're so fantastic. Yeah, Scaltum. I feel like that's the biggest thing about WhatsApp is that so many people use it, you know? Friedish, you need to go listen to all of their discography, like, immediately. You've never heard, like, Supermassive Black Hole? That's, like, their most famous one. They are more than they're the fucking best. Listen to them now. Makes sense, Jam. Makes sense. Meanwhile, I have a Google phone. When my mom goes see Muse again, I'm sure at the next concert I'll be like, family, will you come? And they'll say nothing, and my mom will be like, I guess I'll go, and then we'll happen again. It'll be good. Maybe I won't even invite them this time. They aren't as good as like Future Islands or Tame Impala. Excuse you? No, wrong. No, you can have your opinions even if they're wrong. Damn straight nonstop. We are done with coding. We finished the thing that we were doing. And then we're gonna wrap up, and here we've been like chatting about shit for like in half an hour or something. My mom going with me is okay. It's all about the handler though. Oh my god, that shit is fire. Listen to it so loud. It's, oh, the bridge. Psycho's a good one. Do I like the Smiths? Try listening to the Smiths. Wasn't a huge fan. I've never tried Morrissey. Oh, hey Dom. The Cure. I've listened to some of The Cure. I like some other stuff. I'm liking Audioslave a lot, and I like Radiohead a decent amount. I don't know. Makes sense, Pink Star. Alright, Born. Time to redeem the British accent. No. No. Jesus and Mary Chain. 10k points. Wow. I just love music, honestly. We are living in like a music renaissance time where you have so much access to all of the music from like ever, and it's just fantastic. Like, it's so great. I love music. The end. Okay. Cue the music bot up. What's a music bot? Rage Against the Machine? I've listened to them a little bit. I need to listen to them more. Jesus and Mary Chain. I don't know that one. Be Yourself. I swear I listened to Be Yourself like yesterday. Echo and the Bunnyman. Y'all have to give me these music recs. Tweet them at me and I'll listen to them. I will. Well, you don't have to, Peter. Psycho Candy. I can't keep track of all of these. You really have to send them to me on the Twitter. Alright, see you, Bergie. A music bot to your Discord players that plays audio from YouTube links. Oh, interesting. I'm not familiar with Jesus and Mary Chain. I don't know if I know Like a Stone. I have a decent amount of their musics. Wait a second. What ones do I have? I have... I can't say this. Koshis. Show me how to live like... Oh, I do have Like a Stone. Like a Stone. I'm the highway. Be yourself and wide awake. Drive. Cold Cape. Okay, but I really cannot keep track of all of these. So you do... Like, I'm serious. Please tweet them at me. Maybe I'll make a little tweet post and y'all can put them on the little tweety thing. You're not leaving. Never. Alright. But y'all actually have to do it. I'm dead serious. I'm so down to listen to more music. I have 1,500 songs in my library, which isn't that much, but like it's more than like most of my family, so I feel fancy. So we could raid Area Codes, who is in the 100 Devs cohort. We could raid Erend, who was hanging out here earlier, or Alex, but we raided Alex last time, Alexander6. So should we raid the person I've never raided from the 100 Devs cohort? They have the most viewers right now. Or Erend. Do it. I like pop. Like seriously though, I'm like dead serious. Please give me musics. I don't know how to raid you, Jam. How do you do that? How would you do that in the... How would you do that? I'll make a post on Twitter and I'll be like, what are your musics? And then you can post them in the comments. How about that? Maybe? Would that work? Or you can just put them on page. I don't know. I don't know. Alright. Maybe we'll raid area codes because I never raided area codes. Area codes. Eric. Oh my god, Eric. Eric codes. Okay. Area codes. I don't know what Telegram is. What is Telegram? Yeah. There's also Erend, but... How do you make a playlist and share it? I think you can do that on, what's that called? The thing that if you make it on Spotify, you can share your playlist. I don't know, as a link or something. Alright, so tomorrow morning for me, it will be like 11, I think, 11 p.m. Eastern time. We're streaming again, and we're gonna go live with Aras, who's gonna be like, this is how you do stuff, and it will be good, okay? And then, on Thursday, we will be doing... God, I don't know, something like a Code Wars or something until class time for the 100 devs. And then Peter, who I think is still here, Peter Boyer and I will be streaming again. We'll be doing another co-stream. It'll be good. Did I say Leon Valley? I don't know what I say. Words are hard. Good luck, Christian. Oh, are you gonna try it, Jam? You don't have to. Okay. I was like, I swear I didn't say Leon Valley, but okay. You have done it? Are you streaming right now? Jam 1618. 1618. 3. 3 is a number to which thou shalt count. Wait, you're not live right now, though. Wait, so Jam, you wanting us to raid you right now? Is that what's happening? Oh, okay. I don't know how to raid YouTube. Like, I'll share the link in chat, but I don't think you can cross whatever raid or whatever. I don't know how to say that. I'll share, yeah, share the link in chat and I'll spam it. But... Okay. Alright, well, we can, next time we stream, you can share your link and we'll spam it. It'll be good. Okay. We should vote for what? What are we voting for? Jam's not streaming right now. I'm thinking we'll do Eric, I say Eric every time. Eric Codes because they're in the 100 Devs cohort. I never streamed them before. Yeah, I think they're pretty newish. Alright, So that's what's up tomorrow. We're gonna hang out, and then on Thursday it'll be good. Okay? Okay? It'll be good. Let's raid. Air codes. Air codes. Air codes. Area codes. Ready to chat. Yeah, it was a good time. I didn't mean to go as long as I did, but here it happens every time. All right. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. This was a good time. Thanks for ranting with me and doing the coding thing or whatever. All right. See you.